and into their elbow. And this shows the travel of air particles when coughing while wearing two types of masks, a dust mask and a surgical mask. This isn't a scientific study. It simply shows something face masks do very well. They limit how far away from you respiratory particles can travel. But whether you've been told to wear a face mask to prevent the spread of COVID-19 probably depends on where you live. In some East Asian countries, it's already common practice. Some European countries have also started mandating face masks in public spaces. But in the US, the message from the federal government has been inconsistent.
There's no reason to be walking around with a mask. It's not providing the perfect protection that people think that it is.
CDC recommends wearing cloth face coverings in public settings where other social distancing measures are difficult to maintain.
This is voluntary. I don't think I'm going to be doing it.
Unless you live somewhere that mandates it, whether you wear a face mask is probably up to you. But making that decision for yourself is a lot easier if you understand what face masks can actually do, and what they can't. People who catch COVID-19 but are also contagious.
That we're infected.
And hand washing. Social distancing protects us from droplets
that would be caught.
Mostly pose a threat to medical workers who work up close to patients with COVID-19.
At 6 foot distance.
Look at this video again though, and you'll see that we also produce these longer range, smaller particles which evaporate and can leave the virus hanging in the air. These are called aerosols, and we still don't really know how infectious they are for the average person. But experts think they mostly pose a threat to medical workers who work up close to patients with COVID-19.
If you're a foot away from the patient who's coughing as you're trying to intubate them, aerosols are going everywhere. For you and me, you're just walking around, walking your dog, going to the grocery store, your risk is way higher from fomites.
A common mask that protects against aerosols is called an N95 respirator. Its name comes from its material's ability to filter out 95% of aerosol particles. It's also fitted to form a seal around your mouth and nose, so there's no leakage. In lots of places, N95s are in short supply because of diminished government stockpiles and disruptions in the supply chains. And that's true for all disposable masks, not just N95s. That's why the US Center for Disease Control says that unless you are a healthcare worker, you shouldn't be using either N95s or regular surgical masks. They are needed in hospitals, and the level of protection most people need can come from a simple cloth mask. The CDC recommends any kind of tightly woven cotton for the mask, or even a t-shirt. You can make them by consulting the countless internet tutorials out there, or buy them from the many vendors who manufacture them. But they only work if you wear them correctly.
So what kind of masks are you wearing? Do you have them handy? Could you show us? We thought you might ask.
We thought you might ask.
This is all it takes to put it off to the side.
There's a visual message.
There seems to be a lot of confusion in this whole in size. They're usually below 10 microns and can travel far in the air. Droplets are larger than 20 microns. They usually succumb to gravity and fall to the ground, and then there are the in-between sized particles of 10 to 20 microns that can have somewhat of an intermediate behavior, but are generally thought to fall to the ground like droplets. And there's an even more granular distinction between the different aerosol particles. Those below 5 microns are so small that they can travel all the way down into the alveolar space where they can cause pneumonia, whereas particles below 10 and above 5 microns can only penetrate down below the glottis and are whereas particles below 10 and above 5 microns can only penetrate down below the glottis and are generally thought to fall to the ground like droplets. And there's an even more granular distinction between the different aerosol particles. Those below 5 microns are so small that they can travel all the way down into the alveolar space where they can call them up and by touching their face can get infected. That's why hand washing is them up and by touching their face can get infected. That's why hand washing is so crucial. To make matters more complicated, when the water component of droplets dries up in the air, when the wind and temperature conditions are right, the remaining bits of floating virus are called droplet nuclei, and these can then behave like aerosol too. Also, when wind conditions are right, even droplets might travel much further than 2 meters. When you go to the ocean on a windy day and feel the sea spray on your face, you've just encountered droplets that have become airborne. What does that mean for COVID-19 or influenza? influenza? Well, it means that actual suspension times of droplets will be far higher when there are significant cross-flows, which is often the case in healthcare environments, with doors opening, beds and equipment moving, and people walking back and forth constantly. So the general wisdom is that for stuff that flies around in the air that we must inhale in order to get sick, we need masks to protect ourselves and others. When we're dealing with droplets that are falling to the ground and on surfaces called fomites, we need hand hygiene and we need to keep a distance. So what about COVID-19 and the SARS-CoV-2 virus? Is it airborne and inhaled or droplet-based via fomites and hands? Well, the uncomfortable truth is that we have evidence for both, which is also the case for influenza, by the way. Let's have a look at this paper from Wuhan University, Aerodynamic Characteristics and RNA Concentration of SARS-CoV-2 Aerosol in Wuhan Hospitals During the COVID-19 Outbreak. These authors looked at aerosol and surface samples at the Renmin Hospital of Wuhan University, which was and is designated for the treatment of severe cases of COVID-19, and the Wuzhong Fangsang Field Hospital, one of the first temporary hospitals which was renovated from an indoor sports stadium to quarantine and treat mildly symptomatic patients, and from outdoor public areas in Wuhan during the coronavirus outbreak. They then measured the viral RNA concentrations in these specimens. It's important to know that these authors did not look at whether these viral specimens could infect cells in turn. They only looked for the presence of viral RNA. And here's what they found. In the patient area of Fangsang Hospital, airborne viral load was minimal and was entirely absent in the intensive care unit of Renmin Hospital. The negative pressure ventilation and higher air exchange rate inside the ICU, CCU, and wardroom of Renmin Hospital seem to have been effective in minimizing airborne SARS-CoV-2. Fangsang Hospital hosted over 200 mildly symptomatic patients in each zone during the peak of the COVID-19 outbreak. However, the SARS-CoV-2 aerosol concentrations inside the patient hall were judged to be very low, with ranges between 1 to 9. They also took deposition samples from 2 spots of the floor of the ICU rooms, and there they found a pretty high concentration. The deposited virus probably comes from the respiratory droplets or virus-laden aerosol transmission. They also found elevated airborne SARS-CoV-2 concentrations inside the patient mobile toilet in Fangsang Hospital. This may come from either the patient's breath or the aerosolization of patient's feces or urine during use. We know that SARS-CoV-2 has been isolated from patients' stools and bladders, and it's very much in line with another paper that we're going to get to shortly. The authors call for extra care and attention on the proper design, use, and disinfection of the toilets in hospitals and in communities to minimize the potential for transmission. What was particularly concerning in this paper is the high airborne concentration of virus in staff rooms, especially in changing rooms where staff removed their protective gear. The authors believe that one direct source of the high SARS-CoV-2 aerosol concentration in these changing rooms may be the resuspension of virus-laden aerosol from the surface of protective apparel while they are being removed. These resuspended aerosols originally may come from the direct deposition of respiratory droplets or virus-laden aerosol onto the protective apparel while medical staff are working long hours inside the patient area. Another possible source, of course, is the resuspension of floor dust aerosol containing virus that were transferred from the patient area to the staff area via the staff's shoes. In public areas outside the hospital, they found that the majority of sample sites had undetectable or very low concentrations of SARS-CoV-2 aerosol, except for one crowded gathering site about 1 meter to the entrance of a department store with customers frequently passing through, and the other site next to the Renmin Hospital entrance where the outpatients and passengers passed by. Similar findings were reported by these authors. They performed air and surface samples of 3 COVID-19 patients in Singapore. Samples were taken in the patient's room, the ante-room, and the bathrooms. The samples of patients A and B were taken after cleaning and were all negative. For patient C, whose samples were collected by the university, which was and is C, whose samples were collected before routine cleaning, they found positive results with 13 out of 15 room sites, or 87% testing positive, and 3 out of 5 toilet sites, or 60% testing positive for the virus. All air samples were negative in this study. Now we have to consider that these were all special isolation rooms with a special kind of ventilation. The fact that air exhaust outlets tested positive suggests that small virus-laden droplets were displaced and landed there. But it's important to remember that all of these studies looked at viral RNA or viral particles, but we don't know if these viral particles were still viable and able to infect humans or cells in culture. So how long will viral particles survive? How long after they fall on a surface or get suspended in the air, will they stay viable and able to infect cells or humans? That's what these authors looked at. They suspended the virus in air and on various surfaces like copper, cardboard, steel, and plastic, and took samples at various time points. They then looked to see whether that virus was still able to infect cells. So that's way stronger than just measuring RNA concentration. They found that SARS
Holy shit.
SARS-CoV-2 was most stable on plastic, aerosolized virus remained viable for the entire experiment, which and copper. 24 hours, cardboard, and copper. Aerosolized virus remained viable for the entire experiment, which lasted 3 hours. So, in summary, when it comes to So, in summary, when it comes to viral load in the air, the data suggests that the concentration of suspended virus in the air increases from almost no virus in uncrowded public places, ICUs and isolation rooms, to a little more in crowded outdoors areas, even more in medical staff rooms and patient toilets, to a lot in staff changing rooms where they take off their protective apparel. In general, the concentration of virus in the air inside hospitals seems to be low, but may be significantly elevated when staff, having spent long hours taking care of patients with aerosol and droplets being deposited on their protective gear, when they then take off the protective equipment, deposited materials might become resuspended in the air. Medical staff might have a false sense of security when they're outside the patient's rooms, like in medical staff rooms or changing rooms. But the data suggests that these are the places where they're most likely to be infected. What the data also show is that patient toilets seem to be particularly prone to contamination, and heightened cleaning measures in these toilets seem to be necessary to prevent transmission. One less statement coming from cleaning measures in these toilets seem to be necessary to prevent transmission. One less statement coming from this paper. These authors say that if there are ongoing contradictory findings in multiple studies, as with influenza and potentially also SARS-CoV-2, it may be more likely that the various transmission routes may predominate in different settings, making the airborne route for that particular pathogen more of an opportunistic pathway rather than the norm. This means that the airborne route is probably mainly relevant for certain situations. And I'd say that would be the hospitals and hospital staff, as well as crowded and badly ventilated public spaces. Everyone else is probably more likely to get the virus through touching surfaces, bad hand hygiene, and touching their face.
On January 23rd, a family in China traveled from Wuhan to the city of Guangzhou. The next day, they ate lunch at a restaurant. One of them had COVID-19, but didn't feel sick yet. Within a few days, other members of the family started showing symptoms. And a few days after that, so did the family who was sitting at the table next to them. The family at this table also got sick. And researchers say this first person was the source of all these infections, even though some of them were sitting almost 14 feet away. But the people eating at these tables didn't get sick. Why? An air conditioning unit right here kept the air flowing through this section of the restaurant. It circulated the virus from this person through the air to these other families. The story highlights something about the coronavirus most of us are just starting to understand: its ability to travel through the air. And as public spaces open up, that's led to some big questions. Is it safe to go to the beach? What about a park? And is a runner gonna get you sick? If we think about our actions only in terms of safe or risky, there's really only one way to guarantee that you won't get sick or spread COVID-19. Stay home, isolate yourself, and have zero contact with the outside world. But maintaining that level of caution all the time isn't really possible for most of us. We need food, we need supplies, and sometimes we just need to take a walk. So the goal in protecting yourself and others from COVID-19 isn't to eliminate risk completely, it's to minimize it. If this side is perpetual quarantine and this side is getting coughed on by a bunch of sick people, it's about pushing yourself as reasonably close to this side as you can. So let's start with going for a walk. And with someone who, like me, has also felt weird about it.
Before I started calling up epidemiologists and talking to them about the risks, I was actually pretty paranoid. And then when I actually started digging into the research, I realized the risks of getting COVID from runners or cyclists outside is much lower than I thought.
Every time we breathe, but especially when we talk and especially when we cough or sneeze, we let out little droplets of water. Some of them are pretty big and heavy and fall to the ground quickly like little bits of spit. Others are really small and much lighter, so they float farther through the air. And these droplets are what's carrying the virus. If a droplet floats and then evaporates, that leaves the virus out in the air for some period of time. And we don't yet know the amount of virus you have to be exposed to get sick. But we do know that you lower your risk by exposing yourself to less of the virus. And Segal says there's 3 ways to do that.
The first is distance. So are you 6 feet away from the person? Duration. Are you encountering this person for 1 second as they whiz past you? Or are you around them for an hour? And ventilation. Is there a good airflow moving around you that can disperse any viral particles? Or are you in an enclosed indoor space where they're just going to stick around?
The difference between how air moves inside versus outside is huge. To show that, I used this spray which glows under a black light. I sprayed my test subject with it, both inside and outside, from 3 feet away. Even though it wasn't windy, far fewer spray particles reached his shirt outside. The airflow was so much better at dispersing them. And being outside also has an effect on the virus itself.
A virus has this protective coat of moisture around it. There's a lot of things acting on it. So there's sunlight hitting it, there's wind, there's rain, there's humidity, and all of that can work to kind of break apart this protective coat of moisture and decay the virus.
A study in China looked at 318 different outbreaks of COVID-19 across the country. In China,
moisture and decay the virus.
A study in China looked at 318 different outbreaks of COVID-19 across the country. Only one of them involved someone catching it outdoors. That study hasn't been peer-reviewed, but it's consistent with everything else we know. that being outside can be pretty low risk, but your interactions with other people can increase that risk. If you're talking to a friend at a close distance, your risk goes up, and that risk climbs the longer your conversation continues. But if you're both wearing masks to stop some of those larger droplets from spreading, your risk goes down. Shopping in an open-air market is less risky than being inside a store, but you can reduce that risk by getting in and out quickly. But what about passing a heavy-breathing runner?
So let me take you through what would actually have to happen for a runner or cyclist outside to infect you as they pass by. They would have to expel enough viral particles to be able to kickstart an infection. Those particles would have to travel several feet of distance, withstand the pressures of wind, rain, humidity. Then the particles have to actually land in your throat or your upper respiratory tract, or on your hands, which you would then use to touch your eyes, your nose, or your mouth. So all of that is a pretty arduous sequence to execute perfectly.
Going to the beach or to a park isn't necessarily dangerous or safe. The risk can go up or down depending on how we each behave, which means everyone has a responsibility to lower that risk for everyone else.
The point here is not to be cavalier when you go outside. I think we all still want to be cautious, especially as some states are starting reopening.
Changing your behavior to limit exposure to the virus won't reduce your risk to zero, but it could lower it enough that you can breathe a little easier.
National Nurses Day.
We're going to ask, what's coming next? Are we about to enter into a new Cold War?
China and the US has
His state stumbled.
China is doing speak.
Don't rub your eyes. Through the mouth of a coronavirus carrier, the air virus could be hovering in the air of offices.
This footage shows how after half an hour you will have filled it with aerosols as you breathe. They can be carried greater. Professor Martin Kriegel at the Technical University of Berlin is studying the dissemination of aerosols in the air. He uses light and soap bubbles. The trouble is that aerosols are so light they can be carried greater distances on the air than regular. Of aerosols in the air. He uses light and soap bubbles. The trouble is that aerosols are so light they can be carried greater distances on the air than regular droplets, which drop to the ground quite quickly. This is a problem particularly in enclosed spaces. Consider this. You're in a room. After half an hour you will have filled it with aerosols as you breathe. Anybody else there will come into contact with some of them. We won't know who gets infected and who doesn't. But in statistical terms, the more people in the room, the more potential cases of infection. Aerosols are tiny, but potentially dangerous. They can transport a whole range of viruses. The SARS-CoV-2 virus has a diameter of about 0.12 microns. The diameter of an aerosol is 40 to 80 times as long. And a strand of human hair much bigger still. A number of studies suggest aerosols are a vector for the coronavirus. What implications does that have for strategies to prevent its spread? A cough can propel aerosols several meters. A simple mask won't effectively hold them back, as Professor Kriegel has demonstrated in his lab. 80 to 90% of these aerosols escape such a mask and enter the surrounding air. Nevertheless, it is important to wear a mask to hinder to some degree the uncontrolled dispersal of breath into space. And if I have to walk past somebody, say in the supermarket, it does make sense. Good ventilation can help. In this experiment, fresh air is pumped into a room at the blue circles. Stale air is sucked out at the brown ones. What we see is that aerosols don't spread throughout the space, and that reduces the risk of infection. An open window can have the same effect. So if you want to eat out, choose a big, airy restaurant, or even better, eat outside if possible. That way, viral particles can disperse swiftly on the breeze.
Let's get more on this with William Schaffner. He is a professor of preventive medicine and an expert on infectious diseases at the Vanderbilt University School of Medicine in Nashville, Tennessee. Good to have you on the program, Professor. We have all learned that staying apart 6 feet could be life-saving in this pandemic. Is this still the case when aerosols that we emit can travel comparably long distances through the air?
Well, for the most part, yes. Because most of the aerosols that we produce fall down within 3 to 6 feet. Occasionally they get a bit farther than that, but 6 feet is practical. It's something that everybody can remember and understand. And so we focus on 6 feet. That will get 95% of the issue.
How far along are we in studying what role aerosols are playing in the transmission of the coronavirus?
Well, we think the vast amount of transmission occurs through close person-to-person contact within rooms over prolonged periods of time. So it's really that close-in contact with many other people that puts you at risk. On occasion, the virus can travel a little farther, but that's not nearly important as getting people to be aware that close-in transmission is really where the major issue is.
So more and more people are returning to their jobs. In light of that, how should offices and the work there be set up?
Yeah, that's providing all kinds of difficulties and opportunities at the same time. So, as you know, barriers have been put up in many workplaces between people. And in some offices and other work situations, people can be separated more. In other circumstances, people are urged to wear masks for most of the day. That's difficult for some people. We will not have perfect solutions for absolutely every circumstance, but if we do a series of things, wearing the masks, 6-foot distancing, good hand hygiene, avoiding large crowds, we will be able to reduce the transmission of this virus.
Let's talk about air conditioning systems. Are they helpful or harmful?
I think they are helpful because obviously they cool us in the summer, make us more comfortable and more productive. And the air conditioning systems really, we think, play very little, if any, role in transmission. There is one provocative study from China, and even that is not a perfect study. So we really think that air conditioning does not play a role in transmitting this virus.
Now, in the past days, thousands of people in various countries have protested against racism and police brutality. How dangerous are these mass gatherings from an infectious disease standpoint?
Of course, we in infectious diseases are concerned. These are important social and cultural events, absolutely, but they do bring many people together for prolonged periods of time, and they're chanting and shouting, and that opens them up to exposure to the COVID virus if it's there. So many people are wearing masks. That's a very good thing. And of course, they're out of doors, which helps diffuse the virus, dilute the virus, so it makes it less hazardous. I'm sure that the COVID virus was present at some of those demonstrations and some people acquired infection. I think it was not a major problem, however.
Professor William Schaffner, thank you for your thoughts.
Thank you. My pleasure.
And now it is over to our science correspondent and
pose more of a threat.
How high are the risks of catching the virus when travelling on a long-distance train, even with social distancing, where the windows don't open and air is circulated?
It's impossible to put a number on this, but a couple of studies have shown that public transport is high on the list of risky settings for contracting the disease. We're pretty certain by now that enclosed spaces pose more of a threat than outdoors, and something like a high-speed train with windows that won't open is certainly an enclosed space, even if it has air circulation systems. Many governments are still recommending that people avoid trains as much as possible, but if you have to take one, you should definitely adhere to the fundamental rules we've all heard so many times now. Whenever possible, keep 2 meters away from others, wear a mask, and avoid touching your face when you're on the train.
Do temperature and humidity have an effect on SARS-CoV-2's basic reproduction number?
There's been a lot of conflicting information and data on this. So far, the general consensus appears to be that higher temperatures and higher humidity both slow the spread of the virus, but not by much. A major new study awaiting peer review compared pandemic data and weather data from thousands of locations all over the globe. Now, those researchers came to the conclusion that temperate zones will probably face more risk in winter, whereas warm areas, especially humid ones, might see slower transmission rates. But the impact of summer this year, they thought, won't be enough to stop the pandemic. And looking at how COVID-19 is hitting Brazil, it certainly looks like temperature and humidity don't seem to play really major roles in changing infection rates.
How many people were infected by MERS and SARS?
The virus that causes COVID-19 is the third coronavirus in the last 2 decades to jump from animals to humans. The SARS epidemic also began in China, and the virus that causes it is also thought to have originated in bats before crossing to civets and then jumping on to humans. Before we got it under control, SARS had infected over 8,000 people in dozens of countries all over the world and killed over 770 of them. There have been no new reported cases of it for over 15 years now, though. MERS, or Middle Eastern Respiratory Syndrome, on the other hand, is still very much with us. It's also thought to have originated in bats and then passed to humans via camels. Fortunately, it doesn't spread as quickly or easily as COVID-19, although it is a lot more lethal. It kills around a third of the people who contract it. So far, there have been around 2,500 MERS cases worldwide and over 850 deaths caused by it.
Medical professionals and first responders.
The N95 comes with certain
Finally, we have the N95. This is a contractor's version, not a surgical one, but they can be interchanged in an emergency such as a pandemic. They require fit testing, are in short supply, and should be reserved for medical professionals and first responders.
The N95 comes with certain variations, like the 8511 that has the cool flow exhalation valve. But no matter what the variation is, if it's designated N95, it's NIOSH approved to filter out with 95% efficiency particles of a certain size.
The N designation is for particles above 3 microns, but not containing oil. The 95 means it is capable of eliminating 95% of particles above 3 microns. The coronavirus is 1 micron.
Well, if it can't filter out a 1 micron particle, how does it protect against the coronavirus?
Because viruses travel in particulate matter, like water, also have a tendency to clump together. However, the virus is not airborne and is spread through person-to-person contact or through droplets from coughs and sneezes. These droplets are much larger than the 0.1 micron. A properly worn N95 filter can be quite effective. N95s can be particularly effective when combined with bioshields or other devices. Or other devices.
Wow, that mask works extremely well, except for the air coming out of that exhalation valve.
Hello? Exhalation valve? Bernoulli's principle? You idiot.
Now Eric's right, we should have taken into account the Bernoulli principle, which is that in response to a restriction, the airflow will increase in velocity. This is a lot like your water hose, where you put your finger over it and it your airflow.
So are masks even effective in the first place? Some argue the microscopic coronavirus is just too tiny for homemade masks to make any kind of a difference. But tonight, new video from an engineer who specializes in fluid dynamics shows just how effective even the most simple face coverings can be.
There's no perfect mask, and there's no question homemade face coverings and bandanas are not nearly as effective as the tight-fitting medical kind that should be reserved for frontline workers. But most medical experts agree face coverings might still be enough to help slow the spread of COVID-19.
If one person has COVID, the lowest rate of transmission is if both people are wearing masks.
Check this out. A mechanical engineer and fluid dynamicist with the National Institute of Standards and Technology built this stay-at-home lab in his garage and using a high-speed camera attempted to help show just how effective face coverings can be in keeping the air you exhale from shooting out towards other people. He tested out coughing and talking with no mask at all, and then tried on 26 different face coverings. And after shooting about 50 gigs worth of video, he came up with a few takeaways. He came up with a few take larger respiratory droplets that were helpful in reducing someone else's face.
And that was Bo Zimmer who broke all that down for us. Thank you, Bo. So it's important to point out that video that you just saw is showing the airflow, but it still can't see the movement of tiny virus particles in the air, which is why experts say masks aren't perfect and social distancing is still really important here. So as part of our Sharper Insight today, many of you are asking why the entire state of Florida isn't requiring people to wear masks. Earlier today, Governor Ron DeSantis said people should already be wearing masks on their own, but he supported cities and counties issuing their own mandates.
As you have some of these other municipalities, that they want to do that. Look, at the end of the day, we put out an advisory at the beginning of May recommending per CDC that you could wear a mask when you can't social distance or when you're in a face.
All right, so let's take a look nationwide.
The different threads are different. You see? I don't know.
Or give us the illusion that they're frozen in space. I've also, space just comes on, and that gives waves. And you can see the waves are reflected upward, for example. If I move the reflector in the other position, I can reflect them downward. I can reflect them downward so that they bounce off of the base of the mirror and back up again. And if I set this reflector down, you will see that the waves also bend around this barrier. They bend around and actually go into the shadow of the barrier, and this is what we call edge diffraction.
And you also want a knife edge. In my case, I use, which you can see here, that in a second. But I want, and exposure compensation.
And from about symptoms. And most people, a mask can stop a virus, but it also sends a message. We're all in this about you, this video or any other video. And we're so glad, especially now, to have your support. If you'd like to join,
if there were a portal through which you could see, now that
This is a razor blade.
Now that many countries are mandating the use of masks in public places, such as Austria, Czech Republic, Slovakia, and others will follow suit, we need to understand what we can expect from these masks. We need to understand how airborne transmission really occurs.
Different diseases have different modes of transmission. There's airborne transmission via small particles, transmission via contact or fomites, fecal oral transmission, and many more. One disease can have multiple modes of transmission. Bacterial and viral infections that have more than one mode of transmission are called anisotropic. Disease severity can differ for a given disease depending upon the mode of transmission. Influenza that's transmitted by aerosols is generally thought to be associated with a more severe illness than influenza that's transmitted via contact or fomites. We've heard in a previous video that airborne particles that are smaller than 10 micrometers can penetrate down below the glottis, whereas particles that are smaller than 5 microns can penetrate all the way down into the alveolar space. Now, as you can imagine, particles that penetrate deeper down into the lungs can cause pneumonia, whereas particles that will penetrate into the upper respiratory tract can cause upper respiratory tract infections like bronchitis. And as we know, pneumonia can be a much more severe and debilitating disease. Severely affected symptomatic patients with COVID-19 tend to have pneumonia rather than upper respiratory tract disease. This indicates that the virus penetrates deep down into the lungs via very small airborne particles. So the lower the particle size, the more problematic, right? How are these droplets and aerosols actually produced? Well, through coughing, sneezing, spitting, but probably even through regular breathing or just speaking. Now, you would think that someone with COVID-19, or influenza for that matter, would infect someone by coughing up virus containing particles that would then infect others, right? Well, it's not that simple really. When someone coughs or sneezes, that cough or sneeze normally produces particles of larger size. And as you will learn in just a bit, these particles contain less virus than small particles and are less likely to penetrate into the lungs. Let's have a look at this intriguing paper published by the group of Donald Milton at the University of Maryland. Infectious virus in exhaled breath of symptomatic seasonal influenza cases from a college community. They collected exhaled breath of patients with influenza for 30 minutes while the participant was seated with their face inside of a large open end of a cone-shaped device seen here. The inlet cone draws in 130 liters of air per minute and allowed participants that would... How are these droplets and aerosols actually produced? Well, through coughing, sneezing, spitting, but probably even through regular breathing or just speaking. Now, you would think that someone with COVID-19 or influenza for that matter would infect someone by coughing up virus containing particles that would then infect others, right? Well, it's not that simple really. When someone coughs or sneezes, that cough or sneeze normally produces particles of larger size. And as you will learn in just a bit, these particles contain less virus than small particles and are less likely to penetrate into the lungs. Let's have a look at this intriguing paper published by the group of Donald Milton at the University of Maryland. Infectious virus in exhaled breath of symptomatic seasonal influenza cases from a college community. They collected exhaled breath of patients with influenza for 30 minutes while the participant was seated with their face inside of a large open end of a cone-shaped device seen here. The inlet cone draws in 130 liters of air per minute and allowed participants to breathe, talk, cough, and sneeze naturally throughout the sample collection. Subjects were asked to breathe normally and to recite the alphabet once at 5, 15, and 25 minutes. They collected coarse or large particles of greater than 5 microns and fine or small particles of below 5 microns in diameter. Audible spontaneous coughs and sneezes during breath collection were counted by direct observation in real time and by playback of digital recordings. Here's what they found. On the left pane, you can see the concentration of viral RNA in coarse aerosol, and on the right in fine aerosol. They stratified according to cough frequency. They compared those who never coughed to those who coughed seldomly, just once or less per minute, to those who coughed frequently, more than once per minute. Now, one would expect that people who cough frequently would produce more coarse particles, and that these coarse particles then contain more virus. But that's not what they found. They actually found that viral particles contained within coarse particles were pretty similar when comparing frequent coughers to infrequent coughers. You see the RNA concentration within coarse particles of infrequent coughers and frequent coughers is very similar and not significantly different. What they did find, however, was that viral RNA contained in fine particles was dramatically increased in those who coughed frequently compared to those who coughed infrequently or those who never coughed. So what this means is that a person produces particles with high viral load not when they cough, but actually during times when they don't cough. These observations suggest that cough is, at least in part, an epiphenomenon, more of a response to irritation associated with high viral loads in distal airways than a direct source of infectious aerosol. So cough and fine virus-laden aerosol particles are associated, but not causally so. And what's the proposed mechanism of fine aerosol production in these instances? Well, several researchers have recently shown that exhaled aerosol particles are frequently generated from normal, healthy lungs by small airway closure and reopening. It has been hypothesized that during respiratory infections, Airway closure and reopening frequency would be increased due to inflammation with an increase in aerosol generation and contagiousness. This suggests that individuals who are sick produce fine virus-laden particles during speaking and breathing that have a high viral load and can travel far down into the lungs of a susceptible individual. And these are the kinds of particles that are likely not filtered well by a surgical mask. Julian Tang and coworkers have created a visualization of breaths exchanged by two people in conversation standing 1 meter apart. Most of the time, the puffs of air they let out remain separate, but portions of their exhalations do sneak from each person's breathing space into the others. So it's conceivable that in crowded public transport or public events where people can breathe on each other may also lead to transmission of infection even without any coughing going on. This is so important and shows why social distancing, staying at least 2 meters apart, is so important, even if you should be carrying a mask.
This is SARS-CoV-2. It belongs to the family of coronaviruses named for the crown-like spikes on their surfaces. SARS-CoV-2 can cause COVID-19, a contagious viral infection that attacks primarily your throat and lungs. What actually happens in your body when you contract the coronavirus? What exactly causes your body to develop pneumonia? And how would a vaccine work? The coronavirus must infect living cells in order to reproduce. Let's have a closer look. Inside the virus, genetic material contains the information to make more copies of itself. A protein shell provides a hard protective enclosure for the genetic material as the virus travels between the people it infects. An outer envelope allows the virus to infect cells by merging with the cell's outer membrane. Projecting from the envelope are spikes of protein molecules. Both a typical influenza virus and the new coronavirus use their spikes like a key to get inside a cell in your body, where it takes over the cell's internal machinery, repurposing it to build the components of new viruses. When an infected person talks, coughs, or sneezes, droplets carrying the virus may land in your mouth or nose and then move into your lungs. Once inside your body, the virus comes in contact with cells in your throat, nose, or lungs. One spike on the virus inserts into a receptor molecule on your healthy cell membrane like a key in a lock. This action allows the virus to get inside your cell. A typical flu virus would travel inside a sac made from your cell membrane to your cell's nucleus that houses all its genetic material. The coronavirus, on the other hand, doesn't need to enter the host cell nucleus. It can directly access parts of the host cell called ribosomes. Ribosomes use genetic information from the virus to make viral proteins, such as the spikes on the virus's surface. A packaging structure in your cell then carries the spikes in vesicles, which merge with your cell's outer layer, the cell membrane. All the parts needed to create a new virus gather just beneath your cell's membrane. Then, a new virus begins to bud off from the cell's membrane. Now, with the virus spreading in your body, how can you develop pneumonia symptoms? For this, we'll have to look into your lungs. Each lung has separate sections called lobes. Normally, as you breathe, air moves freely through your trachea or windpipe, then through large tubes called bronchi, through smaller tubes called bronchioles, and finally into tiny sacs called alveoli. Your airways and alveoli are flexible and springy. When you breathe in, each air sac inflates like a small balloon. And when you exhale, the sacs deflate. Small blood vessels called capillaries surround your alveoli. Oxygen from the air you breathe passes into your capillaries and then carbon dioxide from your body passes out of your capillaries into your alveoli so that your lungs can get rid of it when you exhale. Your airways catch most germs in the mucus that lines your trachea, bronchi, and bronchioles. In a healthy body, hair-like cilia lining the tubes constantly push the mucus and germs out of your airways, where you might expel them by coughing. Normally, cells of your immune system attack viruses and germs that make it past your mucus and cilia and enter your alveoli. However, if your immune system is weakened, like in the case of a coronavirus infection, the virus can overwhelm your immune cells, and your bronchioles and alveoli become inflamed as your immune system attacks the multiplying viruses. The inflammation can cause your alveoli to fill with fluid, making it difficult for your body to get the oxygen it needs. You could develop lobar pneumonia, where one lobe of your lungs is affected, or you could have bronchopneumonia that affects many areas of both lungs. Pneumonia may cause difficulty breathing, chest pain, coughing, fever and chills, confusion, headache, muscle pain, and fatigue. It can also lead to more serious complications. Respiratory failure occurs when your breathing becomes so difficult that you need a machine called a ventilator to help you breathe. These are the machines that save lives and that medical device companies currently ramp up production for. Whether you would develop these symptoms depends on a lot of factors, such as your age and whether you already have an existing condition. While this all sounds scary, the push to develop a coronavirus vaccine is moving at high speed. Studies of other coronaviruses led most researchers to assume that people who have recovered from a SARS-CoV-2 infection could be protected from reinfection for a period of time. But that assumption needs to be backed by empirical evidence, and some studies suggest otherwise. There are several different approaches for a potential vaccine against the coronavirus. The basic idea is that you would get a shot that contains faint versions of the virus. The vaccine would expose your body to a version of the virus that is too weak to cause infection, but just strong enough to stimulate an immune response. Within a few weeks, cells in your immune system would make markers called antibodies, which would be specific for only the coronavirus, or specifically its spike protein. Antibodies then attach to the virus and prevent it from attaching to your cells. Your immune system then responds to signals from the antibodies by consuming and destroying the clumps of viruses. If you then catch the real virus at a later stage, your body would recognize it and destroy it. In other words, your immune system is now primed. Collecting evidence on whether this will be possible, safe, and effective is part of what's taking researchers so long to develop a vaccine. It's a race against time to develop a vaccine amid a pandemic. Each step in vaccine development usually takes months, if not years. An Ebola vaccine broke records by being ready in 5 years. The hope here is to develop one for the new coronavirus in a record-breaking 12 to 18 months. While all of this will take time, stay home if you can, to protect the most vulnerable. And don't forget to wash your hands for at least 20 seconds and as often as possible. This video was a collaboration between Nucleus Medical Media and the What If channel, where we usually dive into hypothetical scenarios about the human body, humanity, our planet, and the cosmos. Check out our channel by visiting the link in the description below. You notice shortness of breath and a stark pain in your chest. You might have lost your taste and smell, and you're breathing like you just walked up 3 flights of stairs. These symptoms signal a trip to the emergency department of your local hospital. How will you be treated? When would you be put on a ventilator? And how could you develop a severe case of COVID-19 despite being perfectly healthy? Before you rush in, Call your doctor or hospital ahead of time and describe your symptoms. You'll want to do this because your local emergency clinic might not have enough beds and may need to direct you to another facility. Or your symptoms might not be considered severe enough yet to require treatment at the hospital, so it's best to check by phone first. But once you are admitted, nurses will give you a COVID-19 test. Most patients will also have a set of blood tests taken from their veins. Doctors will then listen to your lungs and check the levels of oxygen in your blood with a clip-on finger monitor. Why are they doing that? Because if you have severe COVID-19 symptoms, the oxygen levels in your blood can drop too low. Since this can result in life-threatening damage to your vital organs, you'll get oxygen to breathe through two small tubes that go just inside your nostrils or through a face mask. You'll then get a chest x-ray or a CT scan so that doctors can get a better understanding of which areas of your lungs are inflamed. A CT scan, also known as a computerized axial tomography, is a painless diagnostic test that uses x-rays and computers to create cross-sectional images of your body. A CT scanner is a large square or round x-ray machine with a tunnel through the center. It helps doctors see into your lungs. During your CT scan, you will lie on a table that slowly passes through the tunnel. A giant ring called a gantry will rotate around your body. It contains a tube that releases X-ray beams and detectors that will measure the amount of radiation absorbed by your body. And these beams will capture many views of your body from different angles. As the gantry spins, the detectors will send data to a computer that creates cross-sectional images or 3D models of your lungs, helping doctors diagnose the severity of your coronavirus infection. Once your doctors have all the data to determine the progress of your COVID-19 infection, what treatments can improve your condition? Well, some patients may get standard antibiotics. These won't fight the coronavirus directly, but could be beneficial if you develop an additional bacterial infection in your lungs. But because there is no approved medicine specifically for COVID-19, you'll be relying on your immune system to fight off the virus and hope that oxygen therapy combined with supportive care can help your body recover. If things go your way, your immune system will start to produce antibodies to slowly kill the virus. But what happens if your condition worsens? If the oxygen concentration in your blood then drops below critical levels, doctors can escalate your treatment to something called high-flow nasal oxygen, which means that a machine will be pushing air into your nose, warmed to body temperature and humidified with sterile fluid. You can get up to 60 liters of oxygen per minute and up to 100% concentration. If high-flow nasal oxygen is not an option or didn't help, doctors will start you on mechanical ventilation in a last life-saving effort. You will be given medication via IV to put you to sleep. The first step in mechanical ventilation is called endotracheal intubation. Once you're asleep, your doctor will use an instrument called a laryngoscope. This device helps guide the endotracheal tube to its proper position. Your doctor will tilt your head back slightly and insert the laryngoscope through your mouth and down into your throat, taking special care to avoid contact with your teeth using a special blade on the device. Your doctor will gently raise the epiglottis, which is a flap of tissue protecting your larynx, as they advance the tip of the endotracheal tube into the trachea. Once the tube is in place, your doctor will inflate a small balloon surrounding the tube to make sure it remains snugly in place. They will then remove the laryngoscope and tape the tube to the corner of your mouth to prevent it from being jostled out of position. Your doctor will check to see that the tube is properly positioned in the lower part of the windpipe by inflating your lungs with a special bag and listening for breathing sounds on both sides of your chest. If the end of the tube is too low, both lungs will not receive the same amount of air. In some cases, an X-ray is taken immediately after intubation to confirm the placement of the tube. Once the endotracheal tube is in the proper position, Your doctor will attach it to the mechanical ventilator, which will have a specially designed pump that aids respiration by delivering well-oxygenated air into the lungs and permitting carbon dioxide to escape. Levels of oxygen and carbon dioxide will be closely monitored to confirm that the ventilator is working properly. At the beginning of the outbreak, some hospitals were putting patients on ventilators early on in their treatment. This was due in part to concerns that less invasive ventilation procedures could cause viral particles to disperse into the air. With more cases of COVID-19 to study, health professionals are attempting to set guidelines for different types of respiratory failure and who ventilator treatment would be best suited for. This includes recommendations such as placing patients on their stomachs, called prone positioning, which evidence suggests helps increase the amount of oxygen that's getting to their lungs. So, with all this in mind, why does this virus cause only mild disease in most people, but could turn fatal for you despite being healthy? In such a case, it seems the worst damage may be caused by an abnormal immune response to the infection rather than by the virus itself. In simplified terms, when any cell in your body senses that there is something foreign, in this case a virus, the immediate response of the cell is to kill itself, a protective mechanism to prevent it from spreading to other cells. The way this happens is that cells in your immune system, called macrophages, release small signaling proteins called cytokines. Certain kinds of these trigger cell death. When many cells are doing this at the same time, a lot of tissue can die. This is what medical professionals call a cytokine storm. In COVID-19, this means that lung tissue breaks down and the walls of the lungs' tiny air sacs leak fluid through, causing pneumonia and starving the blood of oxygen. Most of your cells in the tissue will die as a result of this uncontrolled level of cytokines. It eats away at your lungs to a point where they cannot recover. Your body is now attacking itself. Cytokine storms are becoming a common occurrence in COVID-19 patients with severe symptoms, and they seem to play a role in death in a large number of cases. Whether you would develop a cytokine storm may depend on genetic factors. Patients in studies with the H1N1 influenza virus who developed cytokine storm syndrome often possessed subtle genetic immune defects, resulting in the uncontrolled immune response. Now, you are more likely to have developed these genetic immune defects as you age, but there is also a small chance that you might have a genetic predisposition to developing cytokine storms after infection with the novel coronavirus. It's important to mention that the complete picture of cytokine storms is not yet well understood, and the medical community is still early in understanding the many aspects of the disease. A lot of findings and hypotheses need to be confirmed in more and larger clinical studies. But the good news is that many clinical trials are underway to explore treatments used for other conditions that could halt cytokine storms and fight COVID-19, as well as to develop new ones. There are currently hundreds of clinical trials of proposed COVID-19 drugs already recruiting patients. So if you're lucky enough and make it through all this, you'll be weaned off the ventilator. You'll probably feel extremely exhausted, but you can now step down from critical care to a normal hospital ward, where you'll stay until you can maintain safe oxygen levels by just breathing air. After that, you can be discharged, go home, and be reunited with your loved ones. This video was a collaboration with the What If channel, where we usually dive into the hypothetical scenarios about the human body, humanity, our planet, and the cosmos. Check out our channel by visiting the link in the description below.
Hi, engineers. In this video, we're going to talk about COVID-19, or the novel coronavirus that was discovered in 2019. I want you guys to know that this video that we're making today, all the information that we're going to be talking about is as up to date as March 15, 2020. So I just want you guys to know that. In addition, this video is purely for educational purposes only. We're going to have a medical disclaimer pop up here. Let's go ahead and get started. Alright guys, so let's go ahead and get started on this COVID-19 lecture. So again, I want you guys to remember that we're making this video here on March 15, 2020. Obviously things could change from this time until the future. As those things change, we will try to continue to keep you guys updated with future videos to go into more detail. This is as of right now. Alright, so what should we know about the coronavirus, right? Well, we know that the coronavirus, or this 2019 coronavirus, okay? It's similar to specifically the SARS virus. If you guys remember what that was, there was an outbreak called the Severe Acute Respiratory Distress Syndrome, and it was coronavirus specifically in 2002. And what happened is that they believe that this virus, this SARS virus, actually had the ability to hop over from a bat, okay? From that bat, it mutated in such a way that it can then infect another host, another intermediate host, right? So it started off with a bat. From the bat, it then may be transferred over what we believe to be a civet. And then from that civet, it mutated enough to be able to infect a human. Because coronaviruses naturally, they're pretty benign and they don't cause a lot of significant effects within the human. Maybe just your viral rhinitis, viral pharyngitis, viral laryngitis. But rarely are they going to be causing these severe acute respiratory distress syndrome types of things. But again, if they mutate enough where they go through some type of animal reservoir, they can become mutated enough to be able to cause severe infection in humans. And that's what the SARS virus did in 2002. A couple years later, actually a decade later, to 2012, it happened again, where the coronavirus had the ability to mutate again, where we have a bat where we believe to be, again, the animal reservoir where the virus mutated, then transmitted to what we believe to be a camel. So from bat to camel as this next intermediate host, and then from there it mutated enough where it could then infect a human, okay? This is the MERS virus, and again, this is the Middle Eastern Respiratory Distress Syndrome that occurred in 2012. Hop now to 2019. Where we now talk about the coronavirus, particularly COVID-19, which was the coronavirus discovered in 2019. Again, we believe that this actual virus underwent a mutation via this zoonosis, right? So we have a bat, it mutated within the bat, then it actually had the ability to mutate within another animal as the intermediate host, potentially. Again, we're still not completely sure, but we believe it could be what's called pangolin. So they think that this virus hopped onto a bat as its reservoir, mutated enough, got transferred to a pangolin, mutated enough that it can now infect a human and cause COVID-19, okay, which is the novel coronavirus discovered in 2019. This is what we know about this virus. Now, another thing that we have to understand about this virus is not just the zoonosis effect of it, but we also should know some of the case fatality rates, because this is becoming a big concern in society right now. Everybody is very, very scared of the coronavirus. And again, we don't want to overreact, but we want to make sure that we don't underreact to this virus, because it is a very serious virus. To give you guys a little bit of an example of the case fatality rates, if we take the SARS virus in 2002, case fatality rate is just, again, the total number of cases on the bottom. So if you guys want to remember the formula, very simple formula, the number of deaths divided by the total number of cases, okay, and then multiply it by 100. So they see that this virus, the SARS virus in 2002, had 8,000 total cases with 800 deaths. That gives us a case fatality rate of 10%. That's pretty decent. Move on to the next one, the MERS virus in 2012. 850 died, where there was 2,500 total cases. That's going to give us a case fatality rate of 34%. Hop on down here to the COVID-19 as of March 15, 2020. We have 153,517 cases. Okay, this is worldwide, with 5,735 deaths. That gives us 3.7%. Now, a lot of resources, the World Health Organization, CDCs, different things like that say that this number technically could even be lower. Why? You have to remember that there's a lot of people who are asymptomatic with this virus, okay? In other words, they're not presenting with the classic symptoms that we would see with the coronavirus. So if they're asymptomatic, they technically would be one of the cases, but they might not present. They might not go to the hospital, get tested, and come up positive for the coronavirus. So technically, if we think about it, there might be thousands upon thousands more cases where people are just asymptomatic, thought that they have the common cold or maybe the flu, but really they have the coronavirus. And think about it, as this denominator increases, the more cases we have, that case fatality rate could technically decrease. And that's what you want to think about right now. Yes, it is scary, the number of cases that we have and the deaths. But again, this denominator, it could technically be a little bit larger, okay? All right, so that's what I want you guys to understand right now about the basic points of the coronavirus when it comes to the zoonotic effects. In other words, how this coronavirus mutated enough that it could infect humans and cause severe acute respiratory distress syndrome, okay? If you understand this for the SARS, it's pretty much the same kind of thing. The bat was pretty much the primary animal reservoir that then passed it on to an intermediate host, right? Which we believe at this point in time to be a pangolin. Now, how is this important? Pangolins, according to a lot of the research, show that this actually, its scales have healing properties, so therefore it's highly trafficked all around the world. So that's what also makes this very dangerous and therefore increasing the risk of a pandemic, okay? So again, we need to be careful when it comes to these and just realize that this intermediate host could potentially be one of the things that's actually allowing for this mutation of the virus and making it allow for it to affect humans. All right, let's move on to the next epidemiological fact when we talk about the coronavirus. When we talk about the coronavirus, we have to talk about what's called the R0. The R0 stands for the reproductive ratio, okay? Special way of saying this is the degree of spreadability.
Fuck it.
That's really all of this. How much can one person, how many people can one person? That's a simple way of saying it. So if I take, for example, let's say here is this one person, okay, patient number 1. He has the coronavirus, COVID-19. He's been infected. He goes around other people. He's in the same room with a bunch of people, okay? If he happens to sneeze or cough and he spreads those respiratory droplets that could be airborne, and they somehow get into the mucous membranes of people nearby, how many could he potentially infect? They say that he can infect 3 people. So therefore, the R0 of COVID-19 has actually been said to be anywhere from 2 to 3. Could even be higher. We'll talk about that in just a little bit, what I mean by that. So again, what's the R0 for COVID-19? We believe it to be anywhere from 2 to 3. Let's take the worst case scenario and say it's 3. Okay, one person can infect 3 people, right? So you start off with one person. That infects 3 people. These 3 people, each one infects 3 more people. That gives us 9 patients now infected with COVID-19. Now these 9 people can go and infect 3 people each. How many is that? 27. So you can see how this is an exponential rise. If we look at this on a graph, when we look at R0 of COVID-19, let's do it here in blue. If you look here at R0 on the y-axis, what are you going to see? You're going to see this number, it's going to increase, right? It's going to be exponential. This is an exponential growth. If we compare the R0 of influenza, which is around 1.3 approximately, let's just round it to 1 and say that one person has the ability to infect one other person. So if this person is infected with influenza, he's going to pass it on to one more person. That one person is going to pass it on to the next person, which is going to pass it on to the next person, right? So you can tell right now just by comparing influenza and COVID-19 that this is much larger spreadability, whereas this has a much lower spreadability, okay? So if we were to compare that, is this exponential? Is this decreasing, or is it pretty much just kind of the same? Is it a flat line? It's a flat line, right? So we should see the R0 here being straight. What would we prefer for this to look like? Less than 1. Preferably, we don't want this to have such a high spread. So if we had a perfect case scenario, we would love for this to start decreasing. How do we do that? How do we make the R0 drop? You're going to be quarantined, staying away out of large crowds, trying to decrease that spreadability by spreading respiratory droplets, making sure that you're washing your hands, making sure that you're not touching it too easily. And by doing that and self-quarantining yourself and staying out of large crowds, we can potentially decrease that spreadability. That's what we want with this virus. So currently, right now, you can see how R naught is greater than 1. That's allowing for this exponential growth. That's why there's so many cases. In comparison to something like flu, which is 1, and what we would like, what we prefer, is an R naught less than 1. Okay? Last thing I got to talk about here, because R naught not only determines the rate of transmission or the degree of spreadability, but there's also another factor, and this is called the series interval. So SI is referred to as the series interval. A special, like very simple way of describing this is, let's say here's patient 1, okay? Patient 1 develops symptoms, okay? And let's say from the day 0 that he develops symptoms all the way until day 14. Okay, let's say that he has symptoms for 14 days. So this is when the symptoms stop. This is when the symptoms start. Let's say that somewhere during his period of infection, he spreads that virus to another person. So let's call this X2, right? Here's X1, patient 1, patient 2. This person gets infected, let's say somewhere about right here. Maybe it's day 2, okay? Maybe day 2, somehow around that time, this actual patient, patient 1, comes into contact with patient 2, and from that point there, their symptoms start. So now we're at day 0, and let's say that they go through a 14-day period of this actual infection. This point here to this point here, from the symptoms of onset of patient 1 to the symptoms of onset of patient 2, that is our series interval. Now, the shorter that is, the more dangerous the virus is. The larger it is, a lot better, less risk of this becoming such a high speed of transmission. So what is the series interval for COVID-19? It actually depends. It depends on which source you're looking at. Some say that it's anywhere from 5, and some will say anywhere from 7.5. If you take influenza, for example, it's actually approximately 2.5, around that. So what does that mean? That means that the time of symptom onset from patient 1, okay, from when that person actually is infected to the symptoms of patient 2 start to develop, that's a period of 7.5 days. Whereas the period of infection, so right, patient 1 who is infected with influenza, from his symptom onset until the symptom onset of patient 2 is approximately 2.5 days. Why would that be dangerous? If you have a high R naught and a really low series interval, within a small amount of time, so imagine here, within one person infecting 3, it took 7.5 days. From 3 to 9, it's 7.5 days. From 9 to 27, it's 7.5 days. That spreads it out over a longer period of time, thankfully. However, if you were to imagine 2.5 days, the symptom onset from patient 1 to patient 2, this would be extremely high, okay? There would be a severely high spread of transmission at a very fast rate. So we got to be at least thankful that for right now, the SI is relatively high, and our R naught is also high. This is the unfortunate aspect, but be thankful at least that we have a high series interval. With the R naught here, this one's relatively low, but it does have a relatively low series interval. So it can spread pretty quickly, okay? But this one, you have more spreadability and a higher number of infected cases. All right, so they think that there's 2 ways, right? Fecal-oral route, potentially, and that respiratory droplets. So, fecal-oral route is one way that we believe that this could actually be spread, okay? And what happens with this is that if someone goes to the bathroom, they shed the virus, they wipe their bottom, they don't completely wash their hands, and they go and touch other surfaces within the bathroom. Someone else comes in, they touch those surfaces, and potentially, inoculate themselves with the virus. That's one way to do it. Okay? Other things that we also have to remember is that if there has been certain things that if someone lives in an apartment building where there's a faulty plumbing system, where certain plumbing, right, so maybe fecal material from someone who's actually an infected individual has the ability to spread through a faulty pipe, a faulty drainage system into another apartment room and allow for those viruses to also infect certain areas and surfaces within another bathroom. That's one other way. So again, fecal-oral route is one way of transmission of the virus, and the other one is by coughing, sneezing, right? So it could be this airborne or this via respiratory droplets. Now, one of the things that they say about these respiratory droplets is that they have the potential to spread and actually infect a person maybe within 3 to potentially 6 feet, okay? Another thing is they think that these respiratory droplets could stay on surfaces and actually still survive for approximately 24 hours. And if someone goes and touches that surface and then touches one of the mucous membranes, they have the ability to inoculate themselves. Again, newer research is also, newer things are also saying that it could potentially be airborne for potentially 3 hours. So if someone actually coughs or sneezes and then someone walks through that area, potentially within a 3-hour period, they also could inoculate themselves with the virus. Okay? So again, fecal oral route and respiratory droplets are the way that we believe that this is potentially spreading. Okay? Now, another really interesting thing is that this can also be an asymptomatic carrier. So sometimes if someone is actually not showing symptoms, they do potentially have the ability to spread this actual virus as well. So that's what also is very nerve-wracking for us. Okay? Now, what happens? The virus gets into the respiratory system, right? Once it gets into the respiratory system, it loves to attack the alveoli, right? So what we're going to do is we're going to zoom in on this portion of the lungs and look at the alveoli, right? So once the virus comes down into this area, what does it do? Well, the first thing it's going to do is it's actually going to come over here and attach to these type 2 pneumocytes. You know, within the actual alveolus, you have 2 different types of cells. Type 1 pneumocytes, which are going to be for gas exchange, and type 2 pneumocytes, which are going to be those structures that produce surfactant. And that's important to remember because what does surfactant do? It decreases the surface tension within this alveoli and reduces that collapsing pressure. That's going to come into play in a second. So what we're going to do is we're going to look at how this virus infects the cell and uses the cellular machinery to make more viral particles and then cause havoc on the rest of the system. So if we take a look here, we got our virus, right? Now, this virus has different types of spike proteins on it, right? One of the specific spike proteins that we've seen that is actually a little bit significant here is this pink one. And we call this the S spike. Okay? We call this the S spike. Why is that important? Well, these S spikes on this COVID-19 virus, all right, the novel coronavirus discovered in 2019, it binds onto specific receptors on the type 2 pneumocytes. What is this actual receptor? This receptor is called angiotensin converting enzyme type 2. It binds to this. And when it binds to this, it allows for the virus to actually be engulfed and taken into the cell. Once it's brought into the cell, it then releases its RNA, right? Because in here we have positive sense, single-stranded RNA virus. It releases the single-stranded RNA into the actual cytoplasm of this type 2 pneumocyte. Once it's released, guess what it does? It can do a couple things. One thing is it can actually use the host cell's ribosomes. And if it uses the host cell's ribosomes, it can then be what? Take mRNA and convert it into proteins. What is that called? It's called translation. So then what can happen is we can undergo what's called translation. And we're going to convert this single-stranded RNA. Let's write this down. What do we have here? Single-stranded RNA. We're going to convert this translated into specific protein molecules. So we're just going to draw a bunch of different proteins here, different polyproteins. Here's a polyprotein. Here's a polyprotein. Heck, let's draw another polyprotein. And it's going to be making a bunch of different stuff, right? Now, from here, after it synthesizes these proteins, guess what else it can do? It's actually really, really interesting. You see that ssRNA, the positive sense, right? Positive sense, single-stranded RNA, right? It has the potential to use another enzyme called an RNA-dependent RNA polymerase. So what is this enzyme here called? It's called RNA-dependent RNA polymerase. What does that mean? It takes RNA and synthesizes RNA. So what are we going to do here? Oh, this is cool, guys. Look, it takes this single-stranded RNA and converts it into more RNA. So now from this, I have a single-stranded RNA. I'm going to make more copies of this single-stranded RNA. Okay, sense. Now, here's my polyproteins. I need to make these polyproteins get converted into all the components of my virus that make up my nucleocapsid, specific enzymes, my spike proteins. So I need specific enzymes that are going to proteolyze these polyproteins into the different individual points that I need for making this whole viral structure. So we have other enzymes here, okay? We have enzymes, let's pick a blue color. This enzyme are going to be proteinases, and there's a specific type of proteinases that are going to proteolytically cleave these polyproteins into the different viral components that are making up the nucleocapsid, enzymes, and spike proteins. Now, look what I did. Use the cell's RNA-dependent RNA polymerase and use the cell's ribosome to make proteins that are going to be making up the components of the viral protein structure, right? Then I synthesized a ton of RNA. What happens if I combine these two? I combined all of these actual nucleocapsid, spike proteins, enzymes with the single-stranded RNA, incorporate that into it, and then I bud off of this type 2 pneumocyte. I just made tons of viral particles. And in the process, I'm destroying this type 2 pneumocyte. If I cause damage to this type 2 pneumocyte, what's that going to do? There's a couple things that are going to happen. One of the things here is that this type 2 pneumocyte is going to start actually becoming damaged, so it's going to release specific inflammatory mediators. Guess what those inflammatory mediators are going to do? They're going to tell the macrophage. The macrophage, once he's stimulated, he starts to secrete specific cytokines that cause a ton of problems from here. One is called interleukin 1. Another big one is called interleukin 6. Another one is called tumor necrotic factor alpha. What these guys do is they actually come over here into the bloodstream and they cause these endothelial cells to undergo dilation. So it's going to cause the actual smooth muscle, actually causes the smooth muscle to dilate, but increases the capillary permeability by causing endothelial cell contraction. And then by doing that, you increase the permeability. So now look, I'm going to release all these different inflammatory mediators, right? What's going to happen as a response to that? I'm going to lead to vasodilation, and I'm going to lead to increased capillary permeability. If I do that, what's going to happen now? All this fluid, all my plasma, is going to start flowing out and leaking into the interstitial spaces and potentially into the alveoli. As all this fluid starts to accumulate outside the alveoli, it's going to lead to trying to compress the alveoli. On top of that, some of the fluid is actually going to try to enter into the alveoli. And what happens if you start to cause a ton of water to accumulate inside the alveoli? What does that do to the surfactant production, or actually the surfactant concentration? So if I cause increased alveolar edema, that is going to technically drown out. It's going to drown out the surfactant. What does surfactant do for the alveoli? It decreases surface tension. So if I drown out that surfactant, what's going to happen to the surface tension? It's going to start going up. As the surface tension goes up, what's that going to lead to? Remember Laplace's law that says pressure is equal to 2 times the tension divided by the radius. As we increase the surface tension, we increase the collapsing pressure. What's going to happen? This alveoli is going to start to collapse. And now I'm going to lead to alveolar collapse. And look at that. That's a problem. Because now, as I have tons of fluid accumulating around this alveoli and preparing the alveolar membrane, the respiratory membrane, for allowing for gas exchange, that's a problem. So this is going to lead to decreased gas exchange. That decreased gas exchange is going to lead to hypoxemia. And that hypoxemia is a very dangerous thing, especially when it becomes refractory. So that's one thing we have to watch out for. So again, releases a lot of inflammatory mediators that cause vasodilation, increased capillary permeability, leading to a lot of interstitial edema, alveolar edema, leading to drowning out their surfactant, increasing the surface tension, and leading to alveolar collapse. That alveolar collapse is going to increase the work of breathing. That's another thing. It's going to increase the work of breathing. Okay, so it's going to cause hypoxemia and increase the work of breathing. Why is it going to increase the work of breathing? Because now I got to work extra hard to try to inhale as much air as I can to not only reopen the alveolus, but open it up against all this interstitial edema. That's significantly difficult. And that's what can lead them going down the hill and leading to what's called ARDS. Okay? That's one thing. The next thing, all of these inflammatory mediators also bring in tons of neutrophils. So now I'm going to attract in neutrophils. So these inflammatory mediators are going to start pulling in neutrophils. These neutrophils are going to start coming to the area. And with all this inflammation, they're going to want to start trying to destroy the virus. When they start trying to destroy the virus, how will they do that? They release reactive oxygen species. They release proteases. Whenever I release these reactive oxygen species and proteases, yeah, maybe I might destroy some of the virus. But guess what else I'm going to end up doing? I'm going to end up damaging all of these cells. And as I start damaging all of these different type 1, type 2 alveolar cells, what am I doing as a result of that? What does the type 1 alveolar cells do, guys? They play a role in gas exchange. If I destroy them, am I going to have proper gas exchange? No. If I destroy the type 2 alveolar cells, what's that going to do? It's going to decrease my surfactant production. What's that going to do? Increase surface tension and cause collapsing of the alveoli. On top of that, though, as all of these cells start to get destroyed, they start get sloughing off into the actual center of this alveolus. So now in the center of the alveolus, what am I going to have? I'm going to have all this collection here of fluid and also maybe some protein deposition and cellular debris. Type 1 pneumocyte cellular debris, type 2 pneumocyte cellular debris. I'm going to have some macrophages here. I'm going to have some neutrophils into this area. And now I just led to a consolidation. Okay? This consolidation is going to be a problem. Okay? Because this consolidation is also going to alter the gas exchange. And if I alter the gas exchange process, I lead to hypoxemia. Okay? Another thing is, again, go back, this whole thing can also, whenever there's the reactive oxygen species, it damages the type 1, type 2 alveolar cells, right? And as you do that, that leads to this significant alveolar collapse as well. Right? All right. Now, the next thing that you have to also understand is that you're releasing tons of interleukin 1, interleukin 6 within the lung parameters, right? This interleukin 1 and interleukin 6, guess where it can travel? It can travel via the blood to the central nervous system. And you know, in the central nervous system, there's the hypothalamus. And the hypothalamus controls your temperature. So when interleukin 1 and interleukin 6 are in high concentrations, they tell anti-necrotic factor alpha, they tell the hypothalamus to release specific prostaglandins, like PGE2, and that helps to reset this thermostat, right? And increase your body temperature. And that increase in body temperature is going to lead to fever, right? And that's important because this is one of the most common symptoms in these patients. So they present with fever. Guess what else? If someone has consolidations and all this kind of like accumulation of stuff within inside of the actual alveolus, eventually as this starts to degrade, guess what's going to happen? You're going to cough it up. And as you cough it up, you're going to cough up this productive mucus. And this might be a productive cough. So they might present with a productive cough. They may present with a fever. They may present with increased work of breathing, which may present as dyspnea or shortness of breath. And maybe they might even have hypoxemia. Also, because if someone's hypoxemic, what happens as a result of that? What does that trigger? If you guys remember, really quickly, if someone has low partial pressure of oxygen, that stimulates what's called the chemoreceptors, right? So it stimulates your chemoreceptors, okay? Whenever the PO2 is really low, it can stimulate the actual peripheral chemoreceptors, and those chemoreceptors can do what? They can actually trigger a reflex where it actually causes the sympathetic nervous system to become stimulated and try to increase the patient's heart rate. So what else might be a thing that you see on this patient? They might also have a increased heart rate. Okay, so they might be tachycardic. They might have an increased work of breathing. What else does the sympathetic nervous system do too? If you're low on PO2, what do you have to do to try to get more PO2 in? Increase your respirations. So they might have an increased respiration rate. They might have a increased heart rate. They may have a fever. They may have a cough. They may have increased work of breathing, which can present as dyspnea or shortness of breath, maybe even hypoxia. Right? Let's go even a step further than that. Let's say that this starts to become so severe. This inflammation of the lung becomes so severe, and it starts actually kind of leaching into the bloodstream and spreading, and this systemic inflammatory response starts carrying all over to different parts of the body. So now, this inflammation with the lungs leads to systemic inflammatory response syndrome, right? Or it starts off as ARDS, right? So you affect the lungs, leading to ARDS. Maybe that progresses to systemic inflammatory response syndrome, which can lead to potentially septic shock. How? If these actual inflammation spreads throughout the entire circulatory system, what's that going to do? That's going to start causing increased capillary permeability within your systemic circulation. As fluid starts leaking out and accumulating within the tissue spaces, what's going to happen to the overall blood volume? It's going to decrease, right? On top of that, we're going to cause vasodilation of the actual vessels. As you vasodilate a lot of your systemic arterioles, what's going to happen to the actual total peripheral resistance? It's going to drop. As you drop your total peripheral resistance and you drop your blood volume, what's that going to do to your blood pressure? It's going to tank. And the patient can start to become hypotensive. And if they become hypotensive, that decreases the perfusion to multiple different organs. And this can lead to multi-system organ failure. So this can start off with just pneumonia that can then progress to ARDS, right? We talked about with the alveolar collapse and having difficulty being able to take in air, causing severe hypoxemia that can become refractory. Then progressing from systemic inflammatory response syndrome to potentially septic shock. The patient becomes hypotensive. As they become hypotensive, they aren't able to perfuse their organs. How may that present? If they can't perfuse their kidneys, what's going to happen to that BUN and creatinine? That sucker's going to rise, right? So maybe the ability to get rid of the creatinine from the kidneys and the ability to get rid of the blood urea nitrogen, that decreases because the kidneys aren't getting enough blood flow. So because of that, they may have an elevated BUN and an elevated creatinine to show that there is actually kidney damage. Maybe the liver's also jacked up. It's not getting enough blood flow. And because of that, it starts releasing specific inflammatory enzymes like AST, maybe that starts to rise. Maybe the ALT, your liver enzyme, starts to rise. Maybe the bili starts to increase. Or maybe it starts releasing acute phase reactant proteins. What are some of these? CRP, fibrinogen, right? Interleukin 6. These might all be elevated. You might have an elevated fibrinogen, an elevated interleukin 6, an elevated CRP, elevated liver enzymes. And actually, this is some of the things that they check for in a patient who maybe comes in with this actual COVID-19 infection. We'll talk about that in a little. So now that we've talked about all the different effects that can come from this virus, which is a pretty nasty virus, again, from the point of the infection, okay, until the patient develops symptoms, that's called the incubation period, right? What is the incubation period for this virus? It ranges. Right now, the incubation period, which is the period from when it becomes infecting in the patient to the patient develops symptoms, it's believed to be anywhere from 4 to 14 days. So that is our incubation period. However, some have actually seen it up to 24 days. Okay, but just keep in mind that we potentially say max of 14 days. These are the things that we have to take into consideration when we're talking about the novel coronavirus. Okay, let's go ahead and now move on to the diagnostics. All right, so we talked about, so far, epidemiology, we talked about pathogenesis, we talked about the signs and symptoms that the patients will present with, right? And out of those, what were the big ones that you guys want to remember? Again, the patient comes in, they present with fever, they present with a cough, they present with shortness of breath, and sometimes, you have to remember, these are the big ones, with the most important one being fever, and then after that, cough and shortness of breath. But sometimes the patient may present with URI symptoms, or they may present with GI symptoms. So maybe they might present with rhinorrhea, congestion, sore throat, maybe a little bit of a headache. GI symptoms may present with nausea, vomiting, diarrhea. Again, it's primarily fever, cough, shortness of breath, but you can't forget that some patients might present with early GI symptoms or URI symptoms. Okay? But either way, they come in with these symptoms. Okay? Maybe they also have tachycardic, maybe they're tachypnic, maybe their SpO2 is a little bit lower. Again, maybe it's less than 93% or something like that, and you started getting concerned. Okay, what's the first step that you should do? First thing that you got to remember is sometimes this sounds just like the flu, and it could potentially be the flu. So the first thing you're going to want to do is swab the patient, and also you're going to want to ask them questions. Have you been into contact with anybody who's been infected with the coronavirus? Have you traveled outside of the United States where there's also large amounts of infections? Again, those are questions you're going to want to try to ask to persuade the patient, figure out their actual clinical history. Now from there, run a flu test. Do a nasopharyngeal swab and test for influenza or influenza B, right? Influenza A, influenza B. So first thing you got to do is you got to rule out influenza. So rule out influenza A and B. And how do you do that? You do this nasopharyngeal swab. You stick this actual swab up into the nasal cavity and you test for any of that actual mucus, seeing if there's any of the influenza particles. So you can do a nasopharyngeal or oropharyngeal swab. There is another thing that you can also do, okay? Let's say that that comes back negative. It's not the flu. Doesn't mean that it's still not the flu. But again, your suspicion is high for the coronavirus because they have a super high fever. What's a fever? That's also important. If the patient comes in and says, I got a fever, and their temperature is 98.6, that's not a fever, okay? We technically consider a fever to be greater than or equal to 100.4 degrees Fahrenheit, right? That's what we consider a fever. If they're coughing, if they're severely short of breath, okay? Their O2 sat maybe is a little low, okay? They're tachycardic, tachypnic. Again, you have a high suspicion. Next thing you can do is you can do what's called an RT-PCR. Now, realize these tests have a sensitivity from what we've seen here anywhere from 30 to 80%. And they take a lot of time. Okay, so you run this test right away, sure, but you might not get the results back in time, okay, when you need them, and on top of that, their sensitivity really isn't that great. It technically is the gold standard of diagnosis, and you can get RT-PCR from a nasopharyngeal swab, or just remember, you can also get this from sputum. So from a sputum sample, you can also get this from an aspirate, okay, and you can also get this from blood. But again, you can do a nasopharyngeal swab as well. Okay, do an RT-PCR, which is real-time polymerase chain reaction. That's the ways that you can do it. Called the nucleic acid amplification test. Okay, this is very similar to the what's called, and again, they abbreviate it as NAT. It is expensive. From what I remember on my rotations, they said it could be up to $300 for the test. Okay, patient comes in, they have these symptoms, and again, don't forget, maybe they also present with specific vital signs. That is increased heart rate, increased respiration, low SpO2, and then worst case scenario, maybe they have low blood pressure. Okay, that's scary. From there, what's next thing that you're going to do, you're going to want to get some blood work, see where the patient's at. So what are we going to do? We're going to order a CBC and a CMP, and we can also, if we want to, check specific markers that have been associated with high mortality rates with this disease. So first thing we're going to do is we're going to check a CBC. CBC is going to tell us our white blood cell count, our red cell count, and our platelets, right? And we can get a diff. What we're going to see here with this, and this is what's super interesting, you see what's called lymphopenia. 80% or more of the time you see lymphopenia. Okay? That is really odd, because what would you expect if someone's having an infection? You'd expect a high white count. But again, you're going to see more commonly, for some reason, lymphopenia. Okay, so that's something to take into consideration. You're going to have low lymphocyte count. Next thing you can do is you can order a CMP. A CMP can tell you a lot of different things, right? So a CMP is basically a BMP and LFTs. Okay? So let's check our LFTs. If we check the LFTs, guess what? We see that in patients who are having this multi-system organ failure, or they're in, again, severe case, they can have, if they're having decreased perfusion to the liver, increased ALT, increased AST, and increased bilirubin. Okay, that's one thing we can get from the LFTs, or the CMP technique. We can also get a BMP, and BMP can tell us renal function, it can tell us the electrolytes, and it can also tell us our glucose level as well. What would the BMP need to tell us, which is really important? If we're not getting proper perfusion to the kidneys, are we going to excrete as much of the actual BUN, the blood urine nitrogen, creatinine into the urine? No, because we're not perfusing it properly. The kidneys are becoming damaged. So they might have an elevated BUN, and they may have an elevated creatinine. That's important. The next thing, this is a test that you can do. Now, patients who get, for example, influenza, all right, they get viral pneumonia, they are at higher risk for getting a super infection with a bacteria. Bacteria, though, lead to a specific marker that you can see in patients with pneumonia called procalcitonin. So sometimes there is a molecule called procalcitonin. But remember, this is particular to bacterial infections. The procalcitonin is going to be normal. They will have a normal procalcitonin level. That is important if it's primarily COVID-19. If it's COVID-19 with a super infection of a bacteria, then they might have an elevated PCT or procalcitonin. So again, the only time there'll be an elevated PCT or procalcitonin is if there's maybe a COVID-19 plus a bacterial infection. Okay, and that's important to remember. All right? The last thing you can do is you can check for these general markers of inflammation. Okay? Now, what are some of these markers of inflammation? Again, they're not specific, but they help us in this in determining the patient's mortality rate. One of them is CRP. They'll have an elevated CRP. Another one is they'll have an elevated ESR. These are non-specific markers of inflammation, but they're going to be elevated. Another one is you're going to see elevated levels of interleukin-6. Where did that come from? Remember the macrophages who releasing tons of interleukin-1, 6, and TNF-alpha? That's one, and it's also released from the liver as an acute phase reactive protein. Another one is when there's severe inflammation, an enzyme called lactate dehydrogenase is also involved. Other things is whenever there's massive inflammation, there can also be an elevated D-dimer. And there may also be an elevated ferritin. Okay? So these are all markers of inflammation that might be found in a patient with COVID-19. And again, these high markers may be associated with actual higher mortality rates. Something that's also really important. Remember, if someone is in multi-system organ failure, we can see an increase in the BUN, increase in the creatinine, and we can see an increase in the AST, the ALT, and the bilirubin. What if there's not enough perfusion to the heart? What we may also see? We might see elevated, so also take into consideration high mortality associated with elevated troponins, and elevated CKM. And again, this is an indicator of higher mortality rates, but could be indicative that you're not getting enough perfusion to the heart as well, leading to possibly onset of infarct. And that can make things worse because you become hemodynamically stable as well. Unstable, hemodynamically unstable. All right. We get all this information back. We're waiting for RT-PCR. We didn't get a positive influenza. Now what we're going to do is we're going to do some more. All right? Generally, you want to start off with a chest X-ray, but you're going to see that CT is actually the most sensitive test at this point in time for being able to determine if someone has COVID-19. Now, it's not specific, okay, meaning that there could be other infections. You can have influenza or viral pneumonia, like influenza pneumonia, or other different types like adenovirus. They can present with actual findings on a CT scan very similar to COVID-19. But again, it's helpful in helping to kind of has a high sensitivity, 95%, for looking at COVID-19. So first thing you can do is you can do a chest X-ray. It's not going to be the best, but it can lead you somewhere. What are some of the things that you're going to see in a chest X-ray? You might see this area of what's called ground glass opacity. So you may see what's called ground glass opacity. Now, from there, maybe you say, oh, this is not as sensitive. This is not what I want. It's not as good. I'm going to go ahead and do a CT scan. I do a CT scan, and I see ground glass opacity in the peripheral lung fields. So let's say I see some ground glass. And then I go and I run through my actual CT scan a little bit more. And then I start noticing some areas of consolidation. And if I start seeing these areas of consolidation, oh, that's not good. That means I also have some pneumonia as well. So we have some ground glass opacities, which are going to be a little interstitial edema. Consolidation, which is going to be a lot of those actual accumulation of cellular debris, proteins, right? And then leading to what's called a special term called the crazy paving pattern. So we can see ground glass opacities, consolidation, and you'll see later when we show you on CT scan, you can also see what's called a crazy paving pattern. It's a special radiological term that they say also could be associated with interstitial fluid thickening and membrane thickening, as well as alveolar and interstitial edema. Okay? Other things you could do is if you're skilled or you have the time, you could do what's called in-air ultrasounds. Ultrasounds also can be utilized. What you can look for is you can look for what's called pleural line thickening. And we'll show you what that means on an actual ultrasound. So you can look for what's called pleural line thickening. Another thing you can do is you can check for, again, with interstitial pulmonary edema, you can see these specific lines called B lines. So we can also look for increasing B lines within a specific zone. Okay? The last thing that we could also maybe see is consolidation. So there may also be consolidation with airborne. And again, we'll see all of this on the imaging here in just a second. Alright, engineers, so in this video we talked about the novel coronavirus, or the coronavirus discovered in 2019, which is responsible for the COVID-19 that we talked about here. In this video we talked about the epidemiology, which included a little point on the zoonosis, we talked about case fatality rates, we talked about the reproductive ratio, we talked about the series interval, right? We also went into the entire pathogenesis, how those pathogenesis produce the specific symptoms that we see in COVID-19, as well as pretty much your diagnostic process that you're going to be looking to go through in helping to diagnose COVID-19. In the next video, what we're going to do is we're going to start talking about treatment of COVID-19. We'll talk about the different types of ventilation management, okay? Mechanical ventilation. We'll also talk about if the patient is in need of empiric antibiotics, if there is a superinfection. We'll go over different prognoses, things that affect the actual prognosis. Things like if someone has an underlying heart disease, lung disease, so on and so forth. And also, lastly, we'll talk about preventative measures in trying to decrease the spread of this overall very serious virus. Engineers, I hope this video made sense. I hope you guys enjoyed it. If you guys did, please hit that like button, comment down in the comment section, and please subscribe. If you guys get a chance, down in the description box, we'll have links to our Facebook, Instagram, and our Patreon account. All right, engineers, as always, stay safe, and until next time. Alright, engineers, in this video we're going to talk about COVID-19. Let's go get started. Alright, engineers, so what we're going to do is we're going to talk about the virology aspect of COVID-19. So we know that COVID-19 is the disease that we're going to be.
More than 200 scientists from around the world are now pressuring the WHO to take another look at its guidelines when it comes to the way COVID-19 is spread. In their open letter published a short while ago, the researchers say there is emerging evidence that the virus could be airborne. Currently, the WHO says the coronavirus is transmitted between people through respiratory droplets and contact. Well, Lindsay Marr is an expert in airborne transmission of viruses at Virginia Tech, also a co-signatory of that letter. She says the WHO is underplaying the risk of airborne spread. So Professor Marr, she joins us right now in San Francisco. Thank you for joining us today.
Thank you for having me, Michael.
Listen, explain to our audience in the most lay terms as possible. How do your findings differ from what we're hearing from the WHO?
The World Health Organization has said that transmission by aerosols, which are microscopic droplets smaller than we can see, only happens in healthcare settings in hospitals when certain procedures are being done, such as intubation. But we know that activities like just talking and reading also generate such microscopic droplets. We know that they can contain virus if the person is infected, because virus has been found in the air in hospitals in these very small microscopic droplets. We also know that the virus can't survive in those aerosols or microscopic droplets. And there's been these big super spreading events like the choir outbreak and at a restaurant, where really the best explanation is aerosols, inhalation of aerosols for transmission.
So how would this understanding of the virus and its spread affect current protocols? What would people have to do differently, essentially to protect themselves from COVID-19, given what you're finding?
People just need to place more emphasis on some of the things we're already doing in many places, such as social distancing and mask wearing, and paying attention to ventilation of buildings and making sure we're using as much outdoor air as possible, avoiding crowded spaces and avoiding recirculated air. And if possible, moving activities outdoors where there's much greater opportunity for dilution of these aerosols than indoors, where they can become trapped and build up.
Now, you've been very vocal on this issue for some time now, calling for more attention, if you will, on airborne transmission. So are there any dangers to ignoring your finding?
I think the risk of ignoring airborne transmission is that the disease will continue spreading rapidly, as we've seen, but there are simple measures that we can take to help slow this down. And we've seen this in some countries, for example, where there is widespread wearing of face coverings, which has been helpful, in addition to distancing, the other things I mentioned, and good testing and contact tracing.
Well, let me just quickly add a question about distancing, though, because with this airborne transmission, we keep talking about this 2-meter or 6 feet measure of physical distancing, social distancing. Does your finding suggest that the airborne component actually goes beyond those parameters, that perimeter?
Yes, that 6 feet rule, or 2 meters, whatever distance you choose, is not a magical distance beyond which everything is safe. It describes how far large droplets can travel if someone's talking. These are large ones that fly through the air and would land directly on your body. But the smaller ones can easily travel farther than that. But the distancing still helps with aerosol transmission, because if someone is infected, those aerosols are going to be most concentrated close to them. Kind of like if a person is smoking, the cigarette smoke plume is most concentrated or dense near that person. And as you get farther away, it becomes more diluted, and the chance for exposure or breathing that in is lower. Of course, this changes if you're in a small indoor environment that doesn't have good ventilation, where things can build up. But the distancing helps with droplets, it helps with aerosols.
Okay, well, listen, to my understanding, currently the WHO does acknowledge a theoretical risk of what you're talking about, but also says there's not enough evidence to make a hard conclusion. What do you say to that?
I would say that there's not the type of hard evidence that they want for any particular route of transmission, whether it's touching contaminated objects or the idea of large droplet spray. We we don't know. It seems clear that all of these routes could be happening, and given the scale of the pandemic, I think it's wise for us to do as much as we can to slow down or interrupt all of these different routes.
Now, throughout this pandemic, the WHO, as you know, has faced a lot of scrutiny. And in fact, you say that the World Health Organization is relying on a dated definition of airborne transmission. What do you mean by that?
Some of their guidance and the way they define aerosol transmission is based on studies from the 1930s, 1940s, and 1950s, when we did not have the instrumentation, the ability to to detect the aerosols that we're talking about. That said, even so, those studies back then did suggest that air transmission by aerosols could be happening. I think there's been some misinterpretation of those older studies in developing the WHO's guidance.
Well, Professor Lindsay Marr, thank you for this. We'll be watching developments very closely. Appreciate your time.
Great, thank you very much.
And Lindsay Marr is an expert in airborne transmission of viruses at Virginia Tech.
On March 18, 2020, a 43-year-old British pilot in Vietnam, Stephen Cameron, was diagnosed with COVID-19 and admitted to a hospital in Ho Chi Minh City. As the most critically ill patient in the country, Cameron became a rallying point for the Vietnamese. When news broke that his lungs were failing, more than 50 Vietnamese volunteered to donate their lungs, while health experts nationwide were roped in as the country mounted an all-out effort to save him. The government spent more than $200,000 on the Vietnam Airlines pilot, and he eventually defied the odds, avoiding a coronavirus death and making a near full recovery. He is just one of the many patients to survive COVID-19 in the country, which has 0 fatalities and a few hundred confirmed cases in the first 6 months of the outbreak, an impressive feat by all accounts. When news of a pneumonia-like virus from across the border in China reached Vietnam, the government immediately took the potential spread seriously, anticipating that the country could have thousands of cases and framing the outbreak as a war. Vietnam's government carried out its response in phases. As early as January 10th, before the country had recorded its first case on January 23rd, Vietnam started screening passengers from Wuhan, China. Suspected cases were isolated, while it ordered its 97 million strong population to wear masks, going above and beyond the World Health Organization's advice.
I mean, Vietnamese people were all anxious even before there were cases in Vietnam.
That is Ngoc Pham and her friend Kevin Moulier. Both live in Ho Chi Minh City in the south.
The government communicate with us very early on about what was happening in China, and there was a high risk that the virus might come to Vietnam. You remember what happened with SARS a few years back? People were aware of possible consequences of the virus.
SARS, or the Severe Acute Respiratory Syndrome, originated in southern China in 2003 and quickly reached Vietnam's shores in the same year. In the later part of the year, Vietnam was battling another outbreak, avian influenza, commonly known as bird flu. When Vietnam recorded its first case of COVID-19 on January 23, 2020, the Southeast Asian country was ready. On February 1st, it was one of the first countries to halt all flights from China and closed its 870-mile land border with its northern neighbor on the same day. The next phase of the government's strategy centered on increasing testing capacity, communication to the public, and stepping up its quarantine efforts. Between January and May, the country would increase its testing sites from 2 to 63, enabling it to conduct more than 260,000 tests. Moreover, those who tested positive and their immediate contacts were quarantined in military-run camps, field hospitals, and university residences.
I think that mass quarantine in military camp is one of the elements that makes Vietnam success. because it's easier to control people when you put them in like one area.
Nguyen Lin is an analyst who has studied the Vietnam government's response to COVID-19.
Because of the form of the society and the government in Vietnam, it was able to do that.
Perhaps the most unorthodox strategy employed by the government was a remake of a Vietnamese song, Jealous, created to encourage hand washing and general hygiene. And the song went viral.
Hit it.
I think it's a good way to reach out to people and make people sensitive about the topic.
And they play the song everywhere. So in the elevators, in hallways.
Despite testing aggressively and a communication and quarantine strategy at the start, the country still recorded a jump in the number of new cases. After recording only 16 cases in the first month of the outbreak, the second wave in Vietnam occurred on March 6th, with another 254 cases by May 1st. As the numbers surged, the government declared that the country was in an epidemic and implemented a nationwide lockdown. Until May 1st, around 200,000 people were quarantined.
If you compare the public health system in Vietnam to other countries in Southeast Asia, I think Vietnam still has a big room to improve in terms of public health treatment. The most important measure in this case is isolating people, like a movement restriction, and the government did a great job in that.
On January 20th, the Ministry of Health also designated 22 hospitals to treat COVID-19 patients. This ensured that other hospitals were not overwhelmed. Of its first 328 cases, 90% had recovered, but some experts have questioned the reliability of its data, especially since the country is a one-party state and has a tight control over the media. Some people may question whether we are seeing the right number of cases, the right number of deaths. What do you say to people who say that?
Vietnam government, they have been pressuring companies like Facebook, YouTube, Google to remove some anti-government content. But I think this time, in terms of the COVID-19, the level of transparency we have seen from Vietnam's government is pretty much unprecedented.
And the country appears to be on a path to recovery, much faster than its neighbors. It was among the first countries to ease social distancing measures and to reopen its economy. In fact, the government allowed the first chartered flight from Japan at the end of June after suspending travel in March. Between April and June 20th, its economy grew unexpectedly by 0.36%, while the government has a target of 5% growth for the rest of the year. For many, life even appears back to normal. Yet Nock and Kevin don't see the reopening as a return to their old lives, but rather a new normal with new lessons. Has it changed your perspective on life?
We measure that there are so many more important stuff in life, such as health, as you say, family, and also friends, because in situations like this, we're just so anxious all the time. I think it's so important to have people to rely on.
Now you realize that you're not young, and your parents are not young either, and they are getting very old, and they are in always they will be in the higher risk. I text some friends saying, okay, if your building is locked down, you can ask me to come and deliver food for you. And then they also said the same. So thank God you have your friends when you don't have your family here.
Thank you so much for watching our video. Let us know your thoughts in the comments below, and as usual, don't forget to subscribe.
What if I told you there's a magical but completely misunderstood place where seemingly all the smart money in the world is beginning to flow?
You walk down the street, you go to a different city, and you say, my God, last time I was here 5 years ago, none of this was here.
It's a place where people are getting wealthier like never before, where more millionaires and billionaires are being created than anywhere else on Earth.
That transformation is probably the most
rapid and significant, I think, in humankind ever.
It will probably come as no surprise that the world's richest and most successful individuals have already discovered this miraculous place. People like Warren Buffett, Charlie Munger, Bill Gates, George Soros, Elon Musk, Jeff Bezos, Jim Rogers, and more. And the money being made here is incredible. I'll share how one man, for example, even found a clever way to turn $200 into a $1 million payday.
In my personal opinion, I think this is once in a many years opportunity.
But here's the irony. In this land of vast new riches, money no longer exists in the traditional sense. There's never a line at the few remaining ATM machines, no one carries a wallet, and fewer still write checks or carry dollar bills, credit cards, or coins. Instead, there's a radical new type of currency exchange used to pay for everything.
I don't need to carry a wallet at all. I mean, literally no cash at all.
So you don't carry any cash?
No. I can live like every day full.
No credit cards?
No.
You're about to see this place in person. I'm going to take you there. And as you'll see, in many ways, it's more advanced than anything you're probably familiar with. You'll see stores without employees, buses that drive themselves, facial recognition security, and a string of other new breakthroughs and trends that are light years ahead of where you live.
Its technology and product hunger is really unparalleled. It's not seen anytime, anywhere else in the world and in history.
But what really sets this place apart is the money. Both the money pouring in and the money being made.
There is the greatest wealth creation event in the history of the world, frankly, happening right here, right now.
Now, to truly understand and take advantage of what's happening here, you really have to see this place for yourself. So I'm about to give you that opportunity as I take you there in person to show you the most misunderstood place in the world and the greatest money-making opportunity of our lifetimes. Hi, my name is Steve Sugaroo. I'm a former hedge fund manager, but I'm excited today to play tour guide and take you on this incredible adventure. Right now, I'm at the Newark Airport. I left my island home in Florida early this morning, and now I'm about to hop on a plane and take you to this place where so much money is flowing, so much wealth is being created, and where you really can get a glimpse into the future. But before we go forward, we need to first step back. This is a journey that I started more than 20 years ago and have continued many times in recent years. Every time I come here, I'm even more amazed. What I've realized is there's never been a bigger distortion between perception and reality than I see in this place, right here, right now. What people think about this place is nothing even close to what it really is or what it's becoming. So what is this place that I've been talking about? Well, as you can probably tell from what you see behind me, we are in China. I'm standing on the Great Wall of China at a place called Mutanyu, roughly 50 miles north of Beijing. This section of the wall was built beginning more than 600 years ago, back in the 1300s. Isn't this place incredible? On a clear day, you can see for over 20 miles. But here's the incredible thing. China is not only radically different from the place it was 600 years ago, it is also completely different from the place it was just a generation ago, even from a political point of view.
They call themselves communists, but they're probably the best capitalists in the world in 2018, 2019. California is more communist than China is. Massachusetts is more communist than China.
And this incredible adaptation of capitalism has transformed the country in just a single generation. People who are my age, in their 40s and 50s, grew up in a very different time. In Beijing, I met with a successful hedge fund manager, and the stories he told me were incredible.
When I was a kid, when I read book, we do not have electricity. At night, I need to use candle.
I heard the same story again and again as I met with some of China's most successful people.
When I grew up, I was born in 75, and lived in China until the age of 10 in Hunan province, which is very poor. But back then, everyone's poor in China. and we still had to have rations, you know, like coupons for meat, for eggs, for material to make clothing with. And you're lucky if you had one new outfit per
Fabric
year.
coupons.
Yes, exactly.
Fast forward 40 years, and here is a glimpse of China today after years of lightning-fast growth. Investing legend Jim Rogers has been here all along and watched that explosive growth happen firsthand.
I first came here in 1984. I was terrified because I'd been listening to American propaganda. The Chinese were evil, vicious, dangerous, bloodthirsty people. Didn't take me long of traveling around China to find out they're disciplined, educated, ambitious, hardworking.
Jim Rogers probably knows China more deeply than any other American today. When he came here in the early 80s, he traveled the entire country by motorcycle. Not once, but twice. He'll never forget what he saw.
I mean, it was amazing. Everybody was up early, working, and they didn't stop. They worked all day and all night. They were saving, they were recycling everything. They weren't doing it to save the environment. They were doing it to make money in those days. And I could just see it was everywhere. I could see the sense of education. I could see the ambition. I could see the sense that our children should have a better life. I mean, it was just everywhere.
Peter Churchhouse is another person who has seen China like few others. He's a successful businessman who arrived in Hong Kong in 1980 and soon went on to run Morgan Stanley's Asia division. He was there long before the explosive growth of China, and he's seen it all happen firsthand.
I came to Hong Kong in 1980, so I've been here nearly 39 years now. I came to help build a new town in the new territories in Hong Kong. And at that time, Shenzhen, which is the city just north of Hong Kong, that city was not a city, it was a village of about 300,000 people. And you walked around that village, there were people, blacksmiths, beating charcoal implements in the street. There were no buses, no taxis, no cars. Now, it's a city of 11 million people. It's the center of the biggest manufacturing conglomeration in the planet. That area now has a GDP roughly the size of Russia, slightly smaller than Spain. And that was nothing. It had nothing 38 years ago. So that's the kind of development.
Potentially the highest tech company in the world.
Oh yes. I mean, so many of the China and the European and American tech companies have their operations based in that area. 66 million people in that area right now. It has the biggest manufacturing center in the world. It has 400 million air passengers flying through that place.
So why do so few Americans know the truth about what's happening in China today?
Most Americans really know what they know about China through the lens of the media.
China is really going in extremely dangerous directions.
This is a country that is ripping off the United States.
The biggest threat, obviously, is China.
So you end up having sort of a warped view on China that tends to have more negative stories, and that's structural. It's not malicious. And so I think a lot of Americans can be excused for having certain preconceptions about what China is like.
What I tell Americans about the negative press is I think the media does a disservice. There's a lot of misperceptions around China. But what's really happening in China is this is their moment. They are now a global power. They're the second largest economy in the world, will be the largest.
The first time I came to China, it was in the early 1990s, and I was in Shanghai, and I went to the old Shanghai Stock Exchange, which I went in and they said, no pictures, no pictures. At first I thought it was for security reasons. They didn't want any pictures in the stock market. But instead I realized they didn't want people to see how dingy the Shanghai Stock Exchange was. And a couple blocks away on the Boon, I went to a meeting with a company called Shanghai Lujiazhui Finance and Trade Zone Development Company. They said, this is what Pudong is going to look like in a very short period of time. There was nothing there. So how you could go from essentially nothing in Pudong to Manhattan in 10 years, I said, there's no way. This is impossible. This would never happen. And I've never been more wrong about anything in the investment world in my life. The changes that I saw from the early 90s over the next 10 years were extraordinary, and the pace of change has never stopped.
One of the reasons why things happen so much faster here than what we're used to at home is because China is still in the midst of what some economists describe as their economic takeoff phase. This is the process in which the majority of the working population moves from agricultural jobs to tech and industry, and moves from the countryside to the cities. Brendan Ahern is a 20-year Wall Street veteran who left the largest global asset manager to help start a business that makes it easier for Americans to invest in China. Brendan meets regularly with government regulators, banks, insurance companies, and businesses. I don't know anyone who has a deeper understanding of China's financial system than Brendan. I met with him in Beijing.
China has urbanized in a very, very big way. In 1980, only 20% of the population lived in cities. Today it's over 50%, and it'll get up to 75%. And that's raised hundreds of millions of people out of poverty as they move into these cities, get access to proper housing, electricity, sanitation, air conditioning, but also services like education and healthcare.
So you've gone from 24% living in cities to 56, 58% living in cities. That's going to go to 75% in the next 10 years. So we're going to see another 130, 150 million people move to the cities in China over the next 10 or 12 years. They need to be housed. Who's going to do it? They're going to want to own their own housing. So that's a big growth sector.
And get this, the big movement towards cities and manufacturing that has taken place over 22 years in China took roughly 120 years in Britain and 80 years in America. Here, it's basically all happened in just one generation. I know it's probably no surprise to you to learn that China has advanced rapidly over the past few decades, and millions of people have moved out of poverty into the middle class and even into millionaire status. But here's the thing. What Americans don't realize is this. China is no longer simply a nation that produces cheap t-shirts and knockoffs. Wang Hao is the head of Sigma China. Sigma is the world's largest independent camera lens manufacturer, headquartered in Japan.
In the past, made in China, this label means low value added services, low quality products. And some people just think China is a assembly factory because we didn't have any key technology. So the only weapon we could use is the large population and the low labor cost. But now things are quite different now. So we are moving forward with the backup of government, I will say, sometimes, moving forward to the upstream of the value chain.
My view about China was 15 years out of date. You know, I expected to come to China and see bicycles, to see people just crowded in the subways. And I saw that. I mean, there are many, many different Chinas, but I also saw a lot of wealth. I saw a lot of passion, a lot of energy, and just a much more modern society than I ever expected. And China eventually became my life.
James Early is another American who was quick to recognize the opportunity in China today. He's the former director of research at one of the world's largest independent financial research firms.
People are missing everything that's going on here, how fast things are moving.
In many ways, the country has become more sophisticated and advanced than anything we're used to in America, which is why China is creating more millionaires than anywhere else on Earth, and why so much money is flooding in. Let me show you one example of what I mean. One of the first things you notice when you move about in China is that almost no one, including street vendors and even homeless beggars, use cash anymore. Regular money, as most of us know it, has simply disappeared.
I almost forgot how fast growing of the mobile internet and online payment. Roughly like 2 or 3 years ago, I have to, carry a big wallet with a lot of changes. So you have to pay like cash or credit cards whenever you go. You have to withdraw cash, when you have no cash available, you have to find the ATM machines. But right now for here, in Beijing, not just in Beijing, even in my hometown, I don't need to carry a wallet at all. I mean, literally no cash at all.
So you don't carry any cash?
No. I
Every
can
day.
live like every day
No credit cards.
No credit card, no cash. Even for a full year, I don't need any cash at all. The only thing concerns me is the battery of my mobile phone.
That's great.
Yes.
Yeah. So if your battery dies, you don't have any money.
Well, yes, that's right.
Bob Van Dyke is the CEO of Naspers, one of the biggest technology investors in the world. Today, Naspers owns a huge share of one of China's biggest tech firms, and they've helped build tech companies in more than 120 countries. I met with Bob at his office in Amsterdam.
Where typically now you check into a hotel, you put your credit card down, and you go to a registration. Like in China, you show up as your phone, they scan a QR code, there's a code that's on your phone, and they'll have your complete reservation there, they'll have your credit card details and your check-in procedures done. And interestingly, it goes as far, like if you travel in parts of China now, in Beijing, for example, you want to pay with a credit card, they don't accept a credit card. They insist on being paid by mobile phone.
The other day I was in Beijing and I was trying to buy an ice cream. She's a 19-year-old young woman and she couldn't sell me an ice cream because I had money. I had renminbi.
Yeah.
She couldn't take money. You have to do it on your phone.
Yeah.
Everything is on. I wish I were buying a Mercedes because she gave me the ice cream in the end.
Oh, really?
She felt so sorry for this poor foreigner who couldn't, all he had was money. No. I mean, there are many things in China are ahead of the U.S. Again, I don't like saying it, Steve. I'm an American. My kids are Americans. My wife is American. But I have to face reality. And Tencent, Alibaba, I mean, you know the names as well as I do. These are not little guys in the backyard somewhere.
Right.
These are major, gigantic powerhouses built on technology.
Lei Cheng is business TV anchor for CGTN in China and a former China correspondent for CNBC.
No, I don't see any money changing hands here. I just see these signs.
Exactly, it's so convenient. So
literally, is there any money changing hands at all?
Very little, I think. You'd have to be living under a rock to not have WeChat, to not have Alipay, because the blue is for Alipay and the green is for WeChat, and there's a constant battle to see who has more market share in the online or offline space. Online, because of Taobao, Alipay definitely, but offline because everyone uses WeChat as social messaging and everything else. WeChat Pay has an advantage.
WeChat, Alipay, Taobao, what are these names that Lei is talking about? WeChat is the most powerful social media platform in China with over 1 billion users. It's like Facebook, but on steroids. You can use it not only for communicating with friends and family, but for business dealings, for setting up doctor's appointments or dinner reservations, for paying bills, even for paying your taxes. Taobao is the largest e-commerce website in the world, bigger than Amazon. And Alipay is another mobile payment app which, with WeChat Pay, are the 2 most popular apps in China for paying for everything with your mobile phone. It's amazing. Every time I come to China, I see fewer coins and bills. So I asked Lei Cheng about the virtual disappearance of all types of physical money.
So how long has this been, though? I mean, because I was here just a few years ago.
And people still had coins and notes?
Yeah, I mean, as little as 5 years ago, this didn't exist.
Well,
and, I mean, no, it was
5 years, it's a long time in China.
Right, and
Yeah.
today, I mean, do you use cash for anything?
Very, very little.
I mean,
Yeah.
do you carry cash? on a
No,
daily
no.
basis?
I mean, I've got my produce here, I've got my sunglasses, and I've got my phone. And this is why even pickpockets are becoming unemployed in China because they can't steal phones because everyone's holding them. They can't steal money anymore. Nobody carries money.
Right.
And that is what is leading this new cashless society. You can see it in action everywhere, and many times it's paired with other really interesting new technologies.
All right, it's lunchtime in Beijing, so I want to take you to one of the most unique places you've ever seen. So here's what's unique about this place. There are no servers at the tables. All of your food travels down all of these tracks, goes right in front of you at the individual table. Let's get started and order us a burger. This is the way it goes. We'll find the American burger there. Check out, continue to payments. Select WeChat. Hold up the QR code right here. Now we just wait for our burger. burger.
So I would say a great example of a technology that we think is coming to fruition everywhere is using mobile phone to sell used goods. I think in America, Craigslist is something that everybody knows, and I think it's worked well in the past, but it's something that requires a bit of work to sell your item. Now we've come with a business like LetGo, which we're a big investor in, to the point where you basically just need to point your mobile phone camera at stuff you don't want to own anymore, and just by pushing a single button, the phone will take a picture, it will recognize what it is you want to sell, it will suggest a price for what you want to sell, and it will immediately post it on the web, which gives people a huge audience with absolutely zero effort to sell their used goods.
This trend, of course, is proliferating worldwide, but nowhere is it more prevalent than in China. Jonathan Crane is an American entrepreneur who got his start bringing the world's most popular music acts, like the Rolling Stones, Whitney Houston, and Beyonce, to China roughly 20 years ago. He explains the incredible transformation he saw take place in just a few years.
Doing business in China, what you immediately see is that things move very quickly over there. People are very fast at innovation, and also adoption is much faster in China than anywhere else in the world. An example is we had a ticketing company, and when we started that ticketing company, it was probably 2004, and it was a cash society. We then saw in 2005, 2006, people were starting to use debit cards. Okay, so instead of having to have lots of cash around, you use the debit card, which was convenient. And then within 2 years from there, we started doing mobile ticketing. So really within 4 or 5 years, we went from cash delivery to mobile ticketing, and the adoption was incredible that was happening across China.
This trend will soon reshape America too. This is all just a preview of how it will play out. Brian Takango has been traveling across Asia to research and invest in local businesses since 1999. He's got a remarkable track record of finding future blue chip companies when they are just still small firms. I met with Brian recently in Hong Kong.
Companies like Alibaba, like JD.com, companies like Bingo Box, for example, that now have 300 cashless convenience stores in China. And you just go in, and there's no cashier there. You just walk in and you scan your app and you get your stuff, you scan it in this table, and then you just walk out with your goods. I mean, and it's all being done through artificial intelligence. It's all being done through the internet and these wireless payment methods.
I went to one of these employee-less stores in Shanghai.
All right, Steve, we're coming out of the subway here in suburban Shanghai. This is a middle-class area. This is not fancy. This is not cutting edge. This is just average China. But you can do a lot of things, including visit an unmanned store just with your face. So inside, it's got really the same stuff you'd find in a 7-Eleven. We're the only people in here. You don't need any person to run this store. And yet it's also safer, Steve, than you'd expect, because everything in this store is connected to my face, which is connected to my WeChat account, which is connected to my Chinese bank account. So whatever damage I do here all comes back to me at the end of the day. There you go, sir. I'm just going to push this button, and we scoot right in. All we did, we set this guy down. I'm going to show my face. I'm not proud of that picture, but it'll work. I'm going to scan this QR code with my WeChat app. And simple as that.
No employees.
No employees. Took just a few, probably faster checkout than if we had employees. Here's your Coke, by the way.
Okay, thank you.
So that's the future, right here in China.
So one of the things that I think is really transforming people's lives is how people use WeChat in China. So for example, when people decide to meet some friends for dinner, they typically would invite them via WeChat because they're obviously in their contacts. Then they would send the reservation would happen through WeChat because the restaurant they want to go to is a contact as well, and they have their booking system integrated in WeChat. So then they show up at the restaurant at the same time. The ordering, actually the menu of the restaurant will be embedded in WeChat, and they online order. So there will be no way to taking orders, but everybody orders on their mobile phone. in the end, the check also gets sent to the mobile phone, and people actually can choose to pay with their integrated 10-pay option. So the waiter only brings the food, and everything else automatically gets done through the WeChat app.
These technologies have even changed the way people buy cars. Get this, you can now reserve a test car on your phone, then pick it up at what is essentially a giant vending machine for new cars by BMW, Ford, and Volvo, and then drive it around all you want, test it for the next 3 days for less than $50. The thing you need to understand is that it's not just about making payments on your phone or getting rid of physical cash. This development creates hundreds and hundreds of new business ideas. This is the future for us in America, but it's all unfolding right now in real time here in China. Kevin Liu studied at Cornell University. Today, he's an equity strategist at CICC, the largest investment bank in China. Kevin is part of what is widely considered to be the best equity research team in the country, and we met up in Beijing.
Back to 2006, it's roughly just over something like 1% in China with regard to like mobile penetration.
In 2006, 1% of Chinese people had mobile internet. Today, it's at least 50%.
At least.
At least, yes.
At least. My life is kind of tied, very closely tied with my phone.
Today, the amount of money the Chinese spend on e-commerce is 42% of the world's total. That means the value of China's e-commerce transactions is now larger than the value of the e-commerce transactions from France, Germany, the UK, and the US combined. This is why the money is flowing to China, and why more millionaires are being created here than anywhere else in the world. Everyone, everywhere, uses their mobile phone to pay for everything. Food, train tickets, plane tickets, tolls, clothing, fast food, everything with their mobile phone. In fact, on our most recent trip, we tried to spend a few $100s buying souvenirs in a Shanghai bookstore, but they no longer accepted credit cards.
What we often look at is what is the size of the potential user group we have. And for example, the number of internet users in China is rapidly approaching 1 billion. And those are numbers that even for a huge market like the US, they dwarf the very impressive numbers of the US. And I think that in time, as these populations become connected, wealthier, presents a fantastic investment opportunity.
Things have changed so fast in China over the last 30 years from nothing, from a very backwards country. Now people are living lives that a lot of people, even in the US, couldn't even imagine.
Okay, so from a cashless society to unmanned stores and waiterless restaurants to mobile commerce beyond our imagination, clearly this is not how most Americans perceive China. And these are not stories you typically see reported in the mainstream press. However, this is the reality in China today. But hold on, you might be saying to yourself, I thought this was a communist country. This doesn't sound like communism to me. Well, as Jim Rogers said earlier, California and Massachusetts are probably more communist than China. And the truth is, while the Chinese call themselves communists, they are actually among the best capitalists on earth. And this is part of what's caused such a radical distortion between perception and reality in China today.
China isn't a communist country anymore. It's not a Marxist communist regime like it was under Mao Zedong. It has advanced much more into what you might call a form of autocratic capitalism. It's still a dictatorship, it's still an autocracy, it's not a true democracy by any means, but think about it, most of the economy is now run by private sector interests, by private companies who are doing their own thing, investing, doing what they want to do. Families can pretty much live where they choose these days. They can get educated the way they want. They can own their own home. They can invest in stock markets, invest in all sorts of products. Still a lot of restrictions. Nowhere near as free as it is in the West, perhaps, but it's certainly not a communist country in the way that Marxism says that all resources must be owned by the state. That is not the case in China anymore.
I mean, this is a country where since 1978, 1980, when Deng Xiaoping started the open door policy, a country where GDP growth has skyrocketed, where life expectancy has skyrocketed, where quality of life skyrocketed. Everything has gone up, up, up. This is an economic miracle. You know, those are measurable facts in a communist country brought about by capitalism.
It's almost ridiculous to call China a communism country because the government is the biggest capitalist in the world.
I never look at China as a communist nation. I don't even ever use the word. China is very capitalistic. Okay, there's a middle class forming there. You have hope. I go back to the word hope. That you can be low income and become a billionaire.
The truth is, the government in China works very differently than most Americans think. In short, they are doing everything they can to foster innovation, entrepreneurship, and personal wealth. Here's a great example of how the Chinese government has worked with private businesses to develop something that is light years ahead of what we have in America.
We're getting on the high-speed train from Beijing to Shanghai. Experiencing another of the wonders of Chinese technology and innovation. We're traveling on the bullet train going 350 kilometers an hour right now. That's 250 miles an hour. And one of the common things I hear from Americans is, China makes inferior goods, the technology's inferior. But meanwhile, everyone's using their Chinese-made iPhone, and I think it's fair to have American pride, which I do myself. But I think we also need to be honest about the reality. I mean, here we are, again, traveling 250 miles an hour, using our Chinese technology, and this is reality in China today.
China's high-speed train system is a government-private sector collaboration that was built in about a third the time it could have been built in America, Europe, or anywhere else in the world. Jerry Liu spent more than a decade at Morgan Stanley and Templeton Asset Management. Today, he's the founding partner of Everpine Capital, a private equity firm that helps companies with cutting-edge technologies take advantage of the Chinese market. We met with Jerry in Shanghai.
Once again, if you look at the high-speed rail network in China, even you roll back by like 15 years, it literally did not exist. They built everything from scratch into the longest, fastest, most extensive logistics infrastructure in the whole world.
I think the high-speed rail network is really changed that country and allowing people to move in and out of cities quickly, but also be able to have access to major cities to work, but be allowed to live in second and third tier cities for more affordable housing.
If you go to the Hongqiao station in Shanghai at 6:30 in the morning, you will have difficulty getting in. It's so packed in and out. We're talking about tens of thousands of people traveling into that station, dismissing themselves from everywhere else in the country, starting their business on Monday morning. This is how charged China is. You don't see that in Grand Central Station. You don't see that anywhere else. This is how driven China is.
And it's like the interstate highway back in the 50s. I mean, can you imagine America without the interstate highway system? Can you imagine the inland states? What would they be right now? That's what's happening in China right now. I mean, with the rollout of the infrastructure from 0 expressways 30 years ago, they now have 116,000 kilometers of expressways, 260,000 kilometers of highways. From 99 airports, they now have almost 300 airports, and they're building dozens more.
When you come to China and see, you fly into these brand new airports, you ride these bullet trains going 250 miles an hour. You pay for things just using your phone. You don't carry cash or even credit cards. You really do understand what's happening here is different, and it's potentially only in its infancy and is only going to get even bigger.
What I think you have to understand is that the leaders here are not trying to establish a communist system where everyone is equal. This is not at all like Russia or North Korea. Instead, they are trying to design the most effective capitalist and entrepreneurial system in the world, and they've proven pretty darn good at it so far. There's no better example of the radical transformation that has taken place here with the government's help than the amazing place I showed you earlier, the city of Shenzhen. As we told you, in 1979, only 300,000 people lived here, but Shenzhen became China's first special economic zone. It's gone from a backwater village to the most important tech manufacturing center on the planet, with a population that's about the same size as America's two biggest cities, LA and New York, put together.
It's home to 1,500 research and scientific institutions. It's not just making t-shirts and training shoes. It's some of the highest tech companies in the world.
Shenzhen is one of the big reasons why, in mid-2018, for the first time ever, Chinese companies attracted more venture capital than American companies. And although the mainstream press almost never tells this story, the money is clearly flowing to China. When you take a quick look at what's happening in Shenzhen, it's easy to see why. Today, just this one Chinese city, which most Americans have never even heard of and basically didn't even exist 40 years ago, is home to the world's third biggest internet company. It's bigger than Facebook or Netflix. The world's biggest maker of drones, DJI. The world's biggest maker of plug-in electric cars. No, it's not Tesla, it's BYD. And the world's biggest telecom equipment company. It's Huawei, which is 3 times bigger than Sweden's Ericsson. Many, including the Wall Street Journal, have referred to Shenzhen as Silicon Valley of the East. But in many ways, it's actually much more advanced and more sophisticated. Shenzhen has the world's largest metro line and the world's first all-electric bus fleet. Incredibly, its 16,000 buses are all electric and make no noise or pollution. This single city has built more skyscrapers in a single year than the entire United States during that same time. And this is a critical point. Today in Shenzhen, it's not a place where businesses simply copy ideas and products. It's a new reality where China is quickly becoming one of the most innovative economies on the planet. Kaiser Kuo knows both America and China intimately. He's a former director at Baidu, China's largest internet search engine. He's also a former member of the Tang Dynasty, China's first heavy metal rock band, which formed 30 years ago. Today, Kaiser lives in America, where he helps run a China-focused media firm. I met up with Kaiser in Beijing.
There was a joke even among people who work in the industry. We said, C2C, which of course in English means, consumer to consumer. C2C means copy to China. There certainly were a lot of companies that were simple clones of American counterparts. What's really interesting, though, is how quickly that whole narrative shifted.
Shenzhen, the city that had blacksmiths beating charcoal implements in the streets less than 40 years ago, is now the electronics and hardware capital of the world. It's the most sophisticated and advanced place on Earth when it comes to building new electronics and hardware. While Silicon Valley has chosen to focus on software, Shenzhen has a major advantage in all of the world's actual equipment. That's why Apple has set up its latest R&D center here. IBM is here. So is Oracle, Cisco, Nvidia, Emerson Electronics, Amazon, Samsung, Microsoft, Intel, Qualcomm, Tesla, DuPont, Whirlpool, Mattel, Philips Lighting, Radio Shack, Texas Instruments, 3M, Broadcom, Black & Decker, Toshiba, GoPro, and dozens more of the world's top technology firms. They've chosen to open up shop in Shenzhen. Airbus, the world's largest plane maker, just chose Shenzhen for an innovation center.
General Motors makes more in China than it makes in America. Apple makes more in China than it makes in America. There are many major American companies. They know. General Motors knows that China is a gigantic market for high quality products.
The reason these companies are here is because they have access to the world's most advanced supply chain for manufacturing and distribution. You can get everything from raw materials to computer components right here in Shenzhen.
It has become really the epicenter for all global high-tech manufacturing. It is where the supply chain sits. I'm not in Palo Alto calling across time zones, using online translation, trying to talk through these things that, where the back and forth is taking weeks. Right. It's an immediacy that is a tremendous advantage. And when the United States stopped manufacturing things, I think it surrendered a lot of its advantage in that way.
Edith Young is a general partner of venture capital firm called 500 Startups. When asked how to explain Shenzhen to Americans, she says, I would tell them it's a Silicon Valley for hardware. She says Americans have no idea what's going on in China. There are so many areas where China already exceeds the US. Right now, and for the foreseeable future, many of the world's biggest and most important breakthroughs are going to be coming out of this city that most Americans have still never heard of. One of the most successful of Shenzhen's recent startups is a company called DJI, which makes affordable commercial drones. The company has a 1,500-person research and development team. Today, they have 70% of the global drone market. They'll be going public soon, but Americans have never heard of them. All they know is GoPro. But DJI's drones are far superior to GoPros in almost every way. The tech site Gizmodo, for example, recently compared the two and concluded it's practically a landslide in DJI's favor. When you look at the amazing list of new technology companies in Shenzhen, it's simply astonishing. There's a company called Beijing Genomics Institute, for example. The scientific journal Nature called it a DNA superpower, after the company bought so many genomic sequencing machines that it quickly owned more than half of the world's total. China used to be known for being the best supplier of cheap pharmaceutical ingredients and knockoff pills, but today China has the second largest number of clinical trials involving biologic treatments after the United States. This is why Merck and Johnson & Johnson have innovation centers in China, and why companies like Eli Lilly and many others are selling Chinese-discovered drugs overseas. But again, almost no one in America knows this. It's a story that's hardly ever reported in the mainstream press. Then there's the biggest electronic automaker in the world. It's not Tesla, but a Chinese company based in Shenzhen called BYD. This company has the biggest battery factory in the world, and it already sells more electric cars every year than Tesla. BYD also has something Tesla doesn't: the backing of the world's best investor. Charlie Munger and Warren Buffett of Berkshire Hathaway own nearly 10% of BYD. Charlie Munger is one of the world's leading proponents of investing in China. He said in a recent interview, American investors are missing out on China. It just looks too hard sitting in Omaha, but it's where they should be looking. And keep in mind, all these companies and all these innovations are all located in just one city. This is why the Atlantic magazine recently wrote, it's now becoming clear that in many respects, China has distinct advantages over Silicon Valley, as it hopes to become the next nexus for innovation.
Well, I think the current perception in America of China right now is one of very archaic perception that China is this massive sweatshop that's just constantly throwing cheap goods into America. The reality is China is one of the most dynamic economies in the world.
Okay, but what about all these impressive numbers?
Well, in this video we want to consider the difference between droplet infection and aerosolized airborne infection. Now, when we breathe out, the air we breathe out has got a lot of moisture that we picked up from our respiratory surfaces. And if there's any viruses or bacteria in our respiratory tract, we can breathe them out in these respiratory droplets of water. So here I am with my infection, and I'm going to breathe out these respiratory droplets. Now, most of them are fairly heavy and will fall to the ground or onto the surface I'm working with. That's important because if there's particles on a surface, like this, surface of a desk, shop counter, whatever it is, then I can pick those up with my hand as well and transmit them to my mucous membranes. So it can spread via surfaces, but very often in droplet infection, the infection goes right from the respiratory tract of the infected individual directly into the mucous membranes of the person that's going to get infected, notably the eyes, the nose, and the mouth of the infected, of the person that's going to get infected. And the thing about this droplet infection is it's large droplets, they're quite heavy, most of them fall out of suspension quite quickly. If this person sneezes, if I sneeze over you, then it's going to blow it at you, that's going to help. If I cough at you, that's going to help. But the distances here are relatively short, so 1 meter to 2 meters is the sort of distance we're talking about for droplet infection transmission. So it's large particles, relatively short distances in our exhaled water. A lot of it falls onto the surface. That's why we have to be very careful with our hand hygiene. The aerosol transmission is different. Aerosol transmission is much smaller particles, and the particles can spread in the air in much smaller particles, and they can spread over time and distance. So here I am breathing things out, coughing, sneezing, even just breathing, and we get infected particles, bacteria or viruses in the air. Now if there's a wind, that will blow them in this direction and infect another person over here. So it's different from droplet. Droplet is this close range. Aerosol is longer range. Heck, they could even be in a different room. So these people could be in a different room. It could just go through a ventilation spout or something like that. So that's an aerosolized infection. Much more transmissible over much longer distances. Very important difference between droplet infection and aerosolized airborne infection. So let's look at this in a little more detail now. So when we're thinking about aerosol transmission, aerosols are particles, they're tiny particles or very small droplets in the air. So whereas a droplet infection are quite large particles, the aerosol infection spreading the air are absolutely tiny particles of moisture on the air. So person-to-person transmission of pathogens, viruses or bacteria through the air. This is what we mean. This is what we mean by aerosolized infection as opposed to droplet infection. Inhalation of infectious particles. So they can go from one person, they can go from me, and then they can infect you in these tiny particles. Now this is interesting because if we think about the respiratory tract, so here we have the respiratory tract. It starts off quite large with the mouth. We have the mouth, then we have the nose up here. So that's air getting in through the nose, through the mouth, down through the pharynx into the trachea. That's going to divide into the main bronchial passages, and these go into the lungs, of course. And these are going into the lungs. But as we go into the lungs, the airways get smaller and smaller until eventually we're dealing with absolutely microscopic terminal bronchioles and respiratory bronchioles leading to the alveolar air sacs, because this is a microscopic size now. Now, the smaller the particle, the deeper they can go in. So large particles will be inhaled filtered out the nose. Larger particles still filtered out here, but the very small particles will go straight down to the bottom, and they'll infect us right down at the bottom here, or cause pathology right down at the bottom. This is the problem with small particles; they go straight into the lungs. They're not filtered out by the cilia and the mucus in the upper parts of the airway. So, inhalation of infectious particles. Now, up to 100 micrometers are inhalable. Now, microparticulates, PM10s, are less than 10 micrometers and can be inhaled down into the lung tissue, as we saw, right down into the alveoli or the bronchioles. Now, viral particles, if that's 10 micrometers, then a tenth of that would be 1 micrometer, and viruses can be 100 nanometers, which is a tenth of a micrometer. So there are 100 times smaller than that. So viral particles can go into the lungs, no problem at all. So anything smaller than 5 micrometers, smaller particles allow an airborne transmission. So bacteria are about one micrometer. Viruses are about a tenth that size, so they can go into the deeper parts of the lungs. So aerosol transmission can be transmitted via coughs and sneezes, or talking, or just exhaling. This is the difference. So talking and exhaling can spread it. And they can travel over distances. Airborne spread is over distance. And that depends upon the initial velocity, so if you cough or sneeze, that'll spread out quickly. It'll depend on the airflow, going through air systems or fans, and it will also depend on the humidity. But this is the difference, it goes through the airflow. It flows in the air and it remains active over time and over distance. droplet infection does not remain active over time and distance in the air. So you don't even need to be in the same room as the person that infects you with aerosolized airborne transmission. So just to clarify a little further, droplet versus airborne transmission. Respiratory droplets transmit infection directly from a respiratory tract, from my infected respiratory tract, onto your mucosal surfaces, your eyes, your nose, your mouth, generally over short distance. That's why facial protection is good for droplet infections. Now, having said that, there's no clear line, there's no absolute scientific definition of what is a droplet infection, what is an aerosolized infection, but it's clear bacteria and viral particles are much smaller than the minimum sizes that we're talking about. They're way smaller than 5 micrometers. A bacteria is 5 times smaller, a virus is 50 times smaller than these particles that can still go right down into the bronchioles and the alveolar of the lungs, alveolar air spaces, infecting the lung tissue directly. Now, just by way of interest, N95 masks, which people talk about a lot, or high, these block at least 95%, that's why they're called N95s, down to 0.3 microns. So that's not going to filter out viral particles. And if someone's in close contact, they can be both a respiratory infection can be transmitted both via droplets and via aerosolization. It can be droplets and in the air, whereas the longer distances can only be airborne, aerosolized. It can't be droplet infection. So this is a critical difference. Aerosolized airborne infection can spread over time and distance, therefore making any aerosol-borne infection much more transmissible. There's been an interesting dialogue going on this week between an international group of scientists and the World Health Organization. A more unkind person might call it an argument. And it's to do with the size of the droplets in which the COVID-19 virus is transmitted between people. Now, back in March on this channel, we looked at some research from the United States that suggested that the virus could travel in very small droplets in the air. So rather than the large traditional droplets that have been assumed to transmit disease, this could more accurately be described as a aerosolization, very small particles that contain microbes for hours, but still containing viable virus. The World Health Organization has never picked up on this and in fact has really denied this was the case. I remember back in February, I think it was, Dr. Tedros was saying this is an airborne virus, and Dr. Ryan, who was sitting next to him, looked uncomfortable and wrote him a note. And the next time Dr. Tedros had the microphone, he said, well, I don't mean airborne as in paratroopers, because Dr. Ryan next door sent him a note saying, oh, you can't say that, mate. So it's been, I mean, I've made that sound comical, but of course it's not. It's terribly serious. This is to do with the transmission of disease. So anyway, some good scientific papers coming out on this now, and interesting rebuttal, and followed on by some consolidation, conciliation, I think it's fair to say, from the World Health Organization, but that will take a time to get to that. But that's what this is about. So it's time to address airborne transmission of COVID-19. This is in the Clinical Infectious Diseases Journal, published on the 6th of July. Now, it was only written by 2 main researchers and writers, but it's supported by 239 independent scientists from around the world from different fields. So there's 239 scientists here who have basically put their name to this and saying, well, yeah, we agree with this. So what is it saying? Potential for airborne spread of COVID-19, yes. Airborne spread, and we could say as in paratroopers. We are talking infection in the air here, unlike what Dr. Tedros said in that press conference when he furiously backpedaled. Significant potential for inhalation exposure, yes. Microscopic respiratory droplets called microdroplets. Now these are absolutely tiny. So if this is the size of a red blood cell there, about 7 micrometers in diameter, these droplets are smaller than about 5 micrometers in diameter. So they're smaller than red blood cells. So these are microscopic droplets. And as such, they can hang in the air for much longer periods of time. Viruses are released during exhalation, talking, coughing in microdroplets. So these come out during these tiny droplets that contain the viral particles. Come out with talking, coughing, laughing, singing, all those sorts of things. And of course, this is all, I've taken this all directly from this paper. This is not me making anything up. Do check it for yourself. You can get a PDF of it from that website. So viruses are released during exhalation, talking, coughing in microdroplets, small enough to remain aloft in the air. So when you breathe out, there's going to be some bigger droplets and some smaller droplets. Well, the bigger droplets are going to just fall under the influence of gravity fairly quickly, but the smaller ones can remain hanging in the air for hours. This aerosolization effect. So these tiny droplets are this kind of size, about 5 micrometers, and can contain many viral particles suspended within them, just hanging in the air. Small enough to remain aloft, 5 micrometer droplets. And this paper is saying they can travel for tens of meters indoors over time. Now, if they're blown away, they won't, but this is slightly more than the 1 or 2 meters that the World Health Organization has been talking about for 5 or 6 months now. So potentially over time, tens of meters. This is quite a quantum shift in thinking, but it is what we suspected when we looked at the science way back in March. So the paper carries on. Transmission via airborne microdroplets is an important pathway. It is an important modality of infection transmission. Hand washing and social distancing is not knocking that, of course, that has to continue, but it's insufficient. Now we know that it's safe, they won't, but this is slightly more small enough to remain aloft in the air. So when you breathe out, there's going to be some bigger droplets and some smaller droplets. Well, the bigger droplets are going to just fall under the influence of gravity fairly quickly, but the smaller ones can remain hanging in the air for hours. This aerosolization effect. So these tiny droplets are this kind of size, about 5 micrometers, and can contain many viral particles suspended within them, just hanging in the air. Small enough to remain aloft, 5 micrometer droplets. And this paper is saying they can travel for tens of meters indoors over time. Now, if they're blown away, they won't, but this is slightly more than the 1 or 2 meters that the World Health Organization has been talking about for hanging in the air. Small enough to remain aloft, 5 micrometer droplets. And this paper is saying they can travel for tens of meters indoors over time. Now, if they're blown away, they won't, but this is slightly more than the 1 or 2 meters that the World Health Organization has been talking about for 5 or 6 months now. So potentially over time, tens of meters. This is quite a quantum shift in thinking, but it is what we suspected when we looked at the science way back in March. So the paper carries on. Transmission via airborne microdroplets is an important pathway. It is an important modality of infection transmission. Hand washing and social distancing is not knocking that, of course, that has to continue, but it's insufficient. Now we know that it's safer being 2 meters away from someone than 1 meter away, But this is showing that the virus can stay hanging in the air, in still air or relatively still air in virulence. Viruses have been shown to survive equally well, if not better, in aerosolized droplets in the air compared to droplets on a surface. Interesting. So it's saying that the virus can survive in the air longer than it can survive on surfaces. And we know that the virus can survive on surfaces in some cases for days. So in still air, these viral particles in these micro droplets can remain suspended in the air for long periods of time. And the virus will be equally viable to larger droplets on the surface, if not more viable. And they believe, the authors of this paper believe, still talking about this paper of course here, in the Clinical Infectious Diseases Journal, they believe that looking back, this modality of spread, this form of transmission, can explain several super spreader events. So a super spreader is when one person can infect many other people. Maybe 10, maybe 20, maybe 30, maybe even more. Super spreader events could be explained by this modality of aerosolized spread. And the authors say we must address every potentially important pathway to slow the spread of COVID-19. So this knowledge is important to slow the spread. So what measures are this group of 239 international scientists advocating? Again, we have kind of mentioned it on this channel for some weeks, I must say. The measures that should be taken, this is what they're saying. This is the 239 scientists speaking. Provide sufficient and effective ventilation, as we've been saying for some time. Supply clean outdoor air. Minimise recirculating air. And we actually talked about this as a factor way back in the days of that ship in Yokohama, the Diamond Princess, if you remember, way back in February. They're saying particularly in public buildings, workplace environments, schools, hospitals and aged care homes. So where have we had a lot of transmission? Aged care homes, yes. Hospitals, yes. Workplaces, yes. Schools, fortunately most of them were closed down early enough for this not to happen. So this all makes sense. Supplement general ventilation with airborne infection controls such as local exhaust, so sucking the air out, extractor fans and things like that. High efficiency air filtration, which isn't always present, especially in air conditioning units. And, this is interesting, germicidal ultraviolet lights. So they're saying that ultraviolet light going through the air will go through these aerosolized micro droplets suspended in the air, and we know that ultraviolet light will kill the virus. So again, this all makes perfect sense. It's all to do with the degree of ventilation. Avoid overcrowding, particularly public transport, which is often poorly vented, particularly public buildings which are poorly ventilated. So that is their recommendations. It's all to do with the level of ventilation. So we were talking to a school teacher, for example, recently in Thailand on this channel, and they said the first thing they did was turn off the air conditioning and open all the windows. And we know that Thailand has been relatively successful in preventing wide-scale transmission. And especially in summer, there's no reason not to ventilate things as well as we can. The trouble is, like me, you probably sometimes work in a building which is a modern, sophisticated building and the glass windows don't open. This is part of the problem. Now, when I was a young staff nurse, we worked on wards called Nightingale wards, and these were great big long wards. And every morning after we'd finished tidying all the patients up, we'd clean the patients and give them the washes and breakfast and make the beds and things like that. And then what we'd do is we'd open all the windows, even in winter. It was a bit cold, the patients used to complain, but we used to keep them wrapped up. And it was only after the windows had been open for about half an hour, only then would we go on and do the dressings and the aseptic techniques and look after the surgical wounds, when we got rid of all the dust and things in the air. And we very, very rarely had wound infections. Now in modern hospitals there is a lot of hospital-acquired infection because you can no longer ventilate them properly. If I wanted to be cynical, I would use the word progress. Now, how have the World Health Organization responded? This is interesting. Now, they started off by responding saying, we were kind of right all the time. But then, as we'll see, there were more conciliatory. They were able to sort of reconcile with this later on. I can't say it, conciliatory, you know what I mean. Right. Now, the World Health Organization responds: transmission through smaller droplet nuclei. So what actually happens is these small droplets come out with a virus in, and they actually dry up a bit, and you end up with a virus in an even smaller nuclei of what was a droplet. That's kind of what they're talking about. So transmission through smaller droplet nuclei, airborne transmission that propagates through air at a distance is longer than 1 meter, is limited to aerosol generating procedures during clinical care of COVID-19 patients. So all the way along, now let me just give you one example. We do this on intensive care. So patients with tracheostomy tubes, got tracheostomy tubes through there, or endotracheal tubes going down the throat, they fill up with secretions, but because the patient has the tube in, they can't cough. Because what a cough is, in a cough, you build up pressure in your chest and the vocal cords open all of a sudden like that, and then the air all rushes out. That's what a cough is. So of course, if you haven't got your vocal cords because you've got a tube going through them, then you can't cough. So these patients are sucked out with the tube, suck it out with the tube, and that generates aerosolization, as indeed does CPAP procedures generate aerosolization. So the World Health Organization are acknowledging that these are risks in medical procedures, but they're not saying that this happens in other places. So propagate through air distances longer than 1 meter is limited to. So they're saying that this transmission of over 1 meter only happens in aerosolization generating procedures in hospitals. So what they're basically saying here is that these guys, this group of scientists, are wrong. They're saying the World Health Organization guidelines have been right all along. That's what they're saying at the moment. And I did check this today, just checked this an hour ago. In all other contexts, that is, any context which is not an aerosolization generating clinical procedure context, in all other contexts, available evidence indicates that COVID-19 virus is transmitted during close contact through respiratory droplets, such as by coughing and fomites. And a fomite, of course, is something that is infected, that an infected person could cough on or breathe on, and then another uninfected person could touch, and that could go from their hands into their mucous membranes. So in all other contexts, the evidence suggests that that's what it's limited to. So they're not agreeing that the virus is transmitted via suspended microparticles in aerosolized format in the air. So the World Health Organization is saying they can other uninfected persons. So what they're basically saying here is that these guys, this group of scientists, are wrong. They're saying the World Health Organization guidelines have been right all along. That's what they're saying at the moment. And I did check this today, just checked this an hour ago. In all other contexts, that is, any context which is not an aerosolization generating clinical procedure context, in all other contexts, available evidence indicates that COVID-19 virus is transmitted during close contact through respiratory droplets, such as by coughing and fomites. And a fomite, of course, is something that is infected, that an infected person could cough on or breathe on, and then another uninfected person could touch, and that could go from their hands into their mucous membranes. So in all of the contexts, the evidence suggests that that's what it's limited to. So they're not agreeing that the virus is transmitted via suspended microparticles in aerosolized format in the air. So the World Health Organization is saying they continue to recommend everyone performs hand hygiene frequently. Now, of course, this carries on 100%, absolutely. This is as well as, not instead of. Follows respiratory etiquette, of course. Respiratory hygiene. Regularly cleans, disinfects surfaces. Of course, we keep doing these things. Maintains physical distancing. Of course, we keep doing these things. Avoid people with fever or respiratory symptoms. Of course, we keep doing these things. These preventative measures will limit viral transmission. Partly true. Partly true. So that gets a tick and a cross, because it looks like it's not limited to that. So very important to realise this is not saying that all these things were wrong. These are correct. But this new aerosolization idea, which we thought of back in March here, but it apparently is new now, this week, it's as well as. But then, in today's briefing, the World Health Organization appeared to be backpedaling a bit, or some might say quite a lot. So in today's briefing, having basically said, no, we're sticking by our guns, from their reports from yesterday, basically, saying, no, we don't accept this aerosolization modality of spread. This is what they're saying today. We are looking at the possible role of airborne transmission in other settings. So they're looking at it. And when they say other settings, they mean settings other than the clinical procedure generating aerosol procedures that they've already admitted is a risk. So they're looking at it. Good. The World Health Organization carry on. We will be releasing our brief in the coming days. And I fervently and with confidence predict there will be further backpedaling by the World Health Organization. World Health Organization just today went on. We are acknowledging, actually it's late now, it's probably yesterday. We are acknowledging there is emerging evidence in this field. So yes, they're acknowledging that. We therefore believe we have to be open to this evidence and its implications. Because the implications, of course, are that if we recognise that the spread does go on inside environments, then we have to make sure these environments are well ventilated. And of course many of them simply aren't built or designed to be well ventilated. That's the problem. Now, the World Health Organization, this is good, also want to determine the dose of the virus required for airborne transmission. Excellent. Now, just a couple of days ago we did look at this on this channel, and it was suggested there that about 10 viral particles could probably cause infection in the upper airway, but to get down to the lower airways it would probably take about 100 viral particles. But of course if the viral particles get straight down to the lower airways, they're free to cause disease in the lower airways, the alveoli, which is where the pneumonia manifests. This is why a larger infective dose is more likely, or it appears that a larger infective dose is more likely to cause pneumonia than a small infective dose. So large infective doses could be associated with more severe and more rapid onset of disease. So the answer to that question looks like it's going to be maybe 10 to 20 particles for initial presentation of mild disease, and maybe 100, or who knows, could be as many as 200 particles for getting more severe disease more quickly. So that's going to be interesting to determine the dose. Now, they're not saying they're going to come to a decision on this week, but it's certainly an interesting thing to look at. And of course, the further you are away from someone outside, the lower the dose will be. Now remember, these aren't really applying to outside. Outside, I mean, I was talking to a friend today, and we were about 4 meters apart, 5 meters apart, 4 meters apart, I would say, outside. The transmission risk there is essentially zero because it's outside. If one of us were infected with the virus, there would be massive dilution. And as well as that, there was a slight breeze and air currents going on all the time, further diluting the virus and blowing it away. This is talking about indoor environments. So these fields of research are really growing, but not definitive. So they're saying, well, we're learning more about it, but we can't come up with a definite yes yet, is what the World Health Organization are currently saying as of today. But of course they are going to be changing their mind, as they have prepared the ground here for changing their mind in the next few days. The possibility of airborne transmission in public settings, especially closed, poorly ventilated settings, cannot be ruled out. You can really see they're just preparing the ground for this change of protocol, can't you? Importance of removal of the virus-laden droplets from indoor air by ventilation. So the World Health Organization are saying that is true. So where does that leave us? Well, Dr. Tedros either made a slip of the tongue or a Freudian slip. I think it was back in February when he talked about airborne transmission. Now, did he know something that he wasn't admitting then? I've no idea. You'd have to ask him that. But Dr. Ryan next to him certainly quickly corrected his mistake. Whatever it was, the evidence from these scientists, if this is substantiated in the next... Well, in this video we want to consider the difference between droplet infection and aerosolized airborne infection. Now, when we breathe out, we are acknowledging there is emergent evidence in this field. But to get down to the lower airways, it will probably take about 100 viral particles with more severe meters apart, 5 meters apart, and in the next few days. Now, did he know something that he wasn't admitting then? I have no idea. So the World Health Organization are saying that is true. So where does that leave us? Well, Dr. Tedros either made a slip of the tongue or a Freudian slip. I think it was back in February when he talked about airborne transmission. Now, did he know something that he wasn't admitting then? I have no idea. You'd have to ask him that. But Dr. Ryan next to him certainly quickly corrected his mistake. Whatever it was, the evidence from these scientists, if this is substantiated in the next few days, the scientists from this original study, if this is substantiated in the next few days, it means the World Health Organization got it wrong all this time, if that is substantiated. I suspected since March it was wrong. Many of you have suspected it was wrong. Many other people have said it was wrong, but the World Health Organization have not admitted that. And if they've got that wrong for a certain amount of time, there really needs to be some accountability, because at the moment there just doesn't seem to be any. So what it's looking like is in indoor environments, when we breathe, sing, sneeze or cough, as well as producing large droplets, we are producing these tiny aerosolized droplets, very small droplets. But if the person is infected, those droplets will carry the virus. They can hang in the air for hours, and they can spread over much larger distances in an indoor, poorly ventilated environment of perhaps tens of meters, according to this report. Certainly way over the 2 meters that was considered a safe distance. And the implications of that, of course, are quite huge. But if we're serious about slowing down the rate of transmission, this is not only knowledge that we need to have, but knowledge that we'll have to work out ways to apply. So my prediction is the World Health Organization will be changing their tune within the next week or so, and we'll certainly be keeping our eye open for that and reporting on that Not because it matters really who's right or wrong, but because we need to be doing the right thing. It's just a pity that it's happened as late as it is now into July. Right, just a few pictures, I think. Got time for a few pictures. I've only got a few here, literally a few. So who are we looking at? Good. This is Alexander from Sweden. Few people wearing masks in Sweden, Alexander reports, but I'm glad to see he's made a nice homemade mask. And I am getting those reports. Essentially no one in Sweden is wearing masks. So more interesting data to come from Sweden soon, no doubt. This is Annalacia in New York. Now, I can't remember what Annalacia. This T-shirt's got some significance. I can't quite remember what it is now. But anyway, glad to see the social distancing thing. We know that indoors that may not be enough. Outdoors it probably is. 6 feet, of course, is slightly less than 2 meters, remember. Anyway, glad to see you watching in New York. This is Doug. My apologies, Doug, I cannot remember where you are. But thank you for watching. And this is Warwick, who watches in Sydney, and I think that's him there. Just caught in the reflection, so good to know that you're watching in Sydney. Well, welcome to today's video. Today we're going to look at the United States, the United Kingdom, and I've also got some, it has to be said, distressing news from South Africa. And we also want to look at the slightly concerning situation in Australia as well. So let's just dive straight in here with the United States. Now, as you probably know, the cases are increasing in the United States. Getting on for the 3.5 million mark, an extra 315 deaths in 24 hours. It's got to be an underestimate. But that means there's been 135,235 deaths in the United States at the moment. And if we can compare that figure to the total figure, that gives us a death rate of 4%, case fatality rate of 4%. So this indicates that this figure is a significant underestimate. How much of an underestimate, we don't know. It could be by a factor. It could easily be 20 million people infected in the UK at the moment in terms of real figures. Giving a death rate of probably nearer what we would expect, more around about the half, 0.5 to 0.7% rate. So that's definitely an underestimate. In fact, the CDC are saying that the real figure could be about 20 million at the moment. Now the CDC are making forecasts, so this is quite gruesome really, but there's 135,000 deaths at the moment, and their forecast is in the next couple of weeks there could be anything between a total of 140,000 deaths and 160,000 deaths. So that's between sort of 5 and 25,000 extra deaths in the next few weeks in the United States, according to the CDC forecasts. And the way things are going at the moment in terms of the increasing cases, unfortunately I wouldn't be surprised if we're much nearer to, in fact I would expect us to be on about 160,000, another 25,000 deaths in the next 2 weeks is by no means impossible in the United States, unfortunately. And that will be within the bounds of CDC current modelling and forecasts. And the CDC go on to say there's increased death rates in now what the CDC actually say here is that the deaths in the next 14 days are likely to be higher than the deaths in the previous 14 days in these states. So in other words, increasing death rates according to the CDC are expected in Arizona, Alabama, Florida, Idaho, Montana, North Dakota, Nevada, Ohio, South Carolina, Tennessee, Texas, US Virgin Isles and West Virginia. So in all of these states the CDC is expecting the death rate to be higher in the next 14 days. And I think that is very likely to be the case, unfortunately. In fact, it's inevitably going to be the case, because the cases are increasing now, and we know we have this lag effect. So California, basically, 329,000 cases, well over 7,000 deaths. Los Angeles County is a bit of an epicenter. That's one of the worst affected areas. So basically, California would close down indoor venues, including non-critical offices. So basically, we see all the indoor areas essentially closed down in California, and a lot of beaches closed as well. In fact, as far as I know, pretty well all the beaches in California are closed. So we've got a full lockdown really in California. Now, I mentioned the oil tanker here because what we have is COVID-19. You carry out an intervention, and then, as we know, you've got the incubation period, the sick period, the time when people can become critically ill, then tragically some deaths, and then they have to be collated, and then they have to be reported, and the reports have to be published. So we have this long delay. We have a month's delay between an intervention, or a month or two sometimes delay, between interventions and their effect on deaths. The cases are often affected quicker. So there's a big lag here. So if California's completely closed down again, the cases are going to continue to rise for the next couple of weeks probably. And the deaths are going to continue to rise perhaps for the next 4, 5 or 6 weeks before we see the benefit of this shutdown. It's a very frustratingly slow process, because it's not a sports car that screeches to a stop. It's an oil tanker. You've got to take the momentum out of it, and it keeps drifting on for a long period of time, and that's the way this pandemic is working, unfortunately. So it's going to be a long time. It's going to be weeks before we see the effect of this renewed lockdown in California, and of course all this time people's livelihoods are being lost. It's a remarkably difficult situation. Now, Florida, again, over 250,000 cases in Florida, another 132 deaths in a 24-hour period. And Miami, this is another thing that's concerning. We have talked about this on several times. But in Miami, at the moment, 25% of the tests that are being done are coming back positive, indicating there's a lot of virus endemic in the community at the moment. And of course this is going to feed through into poorly patients and into deaths. Now this is one of the senior doctors from Florida, Dr. Marty. She says we are exploding. So this is a senior doctor using this sort of phraseology. Obviously she's very concerned. She says there's been a lack of a unified approach. Population was not convinced of the serious nature of the risk. Beaches, bars, protests and masks. So beaches were open. People were going to bars. People were taking part in mass protests, and people were not wearing masks. Therefore, the problem is now in Florida as it is. She said a lockdown may be required to reverse the situation in Florida, but politically, that does not seem to be on the table. So we've got greatly escalating cases. We've got 25% positivity. We've got no political will for a lockdown. That means there's going to be exponential growth in Florida for the next few weeks, and large proportions of the population are going to become infected, and several percent of those will become critical, and the case fatality rate will probably rise because the medical services will be overwhelmed by this huge amount, because if there's not the measures being taken to stop it, we know that the R0 can rise to 2 or 3. The uncontrolled R0 overwinter in the UK, we looked at a couple of days ago, is estimated to be 1.7. Previously it's been as high as 2.7. without the mitigation measures. And as things are at the moment, these do not seem to be being taken in Florida. So more information on Florida to come, but that's kind of the review. Now, not in this video, I'm planning another video with more detail on that. New York, of course, had a terrible time, but now things are much better. And New York have imposed a 14-day quarantine on 22 states, the worst affected states. 14 days. People must provide the information at the airport of where they're going to be quarantined, and this is legally enforced with large fines, only it's not. Or it hasn't been so far. Other places in the states that have imposed enforced quarantines have not enforced it, in fact. It hasn't happened. Now, New York could be the first. Let's hope it is. Let's hope it is enforced. But even if it is enforced, the problem is, and you know all this now, the problem is that if someone is quarantining themselves and they don't have a house to themselves, and they turn out to be infected and other people are coming and going from in that house, then that second or third or fourth person in the house is free to spread the virus. So it's by no means a panacea for preventing the infection of the spread of infection. And what about people driving into New York? Well, if people drive into New York, then they have to fill out an online form. But there's an awful lot of people driving to New York. Will this be enforced? I suspect not. I suspect people will be able to do what the heck they want, the same as they've done in other previous enforced quarantines. Let's hope I'm wrong and it is enforced this time. Well, let's hope it doesn't need to be enforced, for goodness sake. I mean, people should be doing this anyway. You know, this is what we should be doing. Now, moving on to the UK. England only. This is based on positive tests. Now, I find it sometimes useful to look at these sort of sequences of figures. So now what we've got here is it's 1, 2, 3, 4. The last 4 or 5 days. Those days. Sorry, that data there for the last few days isn't accurate because these numbers have not yet. These numbers are going to rise because the data's got this lag in it. So what we have is we have this. Have we got a slight increase there? Kind of, not really. This is where the data is valid too. So this figure here for the 9th of July, that won't increase. But this figure here for the 10th of July will increase. So are we seeing so the lockdown was greatly eased on the 4th of July. Are we seeing increasing cases? The answer is not yet, but we've only had 11 days. So has the easing in lockdown resulted in more cases in the UK? The answer is we don't know yet because it's only been 11 days. And we have this oil tanker effect. Will they increase over the next few weeks? I strongly suspect so, unfortunately. But as of now, I'm pleased to say it hasn't. As the data fills out for the 14th, 13th, 12th, 11th, 10th of July, these numbers are going to increase. The question is, will they show an increasing trend? But the other thing that's concerning is this official data. The King's College app is showing that there's nearly 1,500 new cases per day in the UK. So, which is correct? Well, my hunch, unfortunately, is that's more likely to be correct. But again, the good thing is this has trended downwards for some time. So the King's College self-reporting app data has trended down for some time as well. So indicating the trend is definitely down. So that is encouraging. The case is what's it going to do in the next few weeks as a result of the 4th of July easing of restrictions is the big question. Now the King's College group, Professor Tim Spector group, have come up with something fascinating that I am going to report on in detail because it's really interesting. Skin rashes should be considered as a 4th key sign. So we know there's many features, but people are particularly likely to get the fever and the cough and the anosmia, the lack of smell. These are the classic features. But this is saying skin rash could occur. And it seems that skin rashes are occurring in up to 16% of people that are infected. Now, more information on that later, as I say. I'm going to prepare a separate video on that when I get time to do that, because it's very interesting. But this looks like this pandemic has been going on since January, and people haven't realised the importance of skin rashes, that up to 16% of people who are positive for COVID-19 may have a skin rash at some point in the illness. So a very important clinical indicator that seems to have been missed, but turned up by this app where we have about 1 million people reporting in, including me. So more on that later. Now, moving on to South Africa. In fact, let's look at the screen here. So here we have, now this is the new confirmed COVID-19 cases per million. So this is already adjusted per capita, and we're using the logarithmic scale here. New confirmed COVID-19 cases per million per day. And we see that this is the United States here. So South Africa has actually got slightly higher numbers than the United States at the moment, which is really quite surprising. But of course, this is when we look at it per capita for the amount of people in the United States. So South Africa, actually more cases per capita than the United States. Brazil seems to have leveled off, but of course the Brazilians have been fiddling around with the way they report the data. They change the way that they report the data, so I suspect the real cases in Brazil are actually higher. But here we see South Africa has got more cases than Brazil and the United States. Well, we're not sure about Brazil, but for sure than the United States per capita. So the problem in South Africa is escalating. But when we look at deaths, what are we on here? So when we look at deaths, again, I'm using the linear scale here of deaths, and again, this is adjusted per million people, so this is per capita. So we see that the deaths in Brazil are way higher than the deaths in the United States. Now, this is not surprising, because the medical care in Brazil is nothing like as good as it is in the United States, and that will cause a much higher proportion of deaths, because where someone could be treated with oxygen for a few days in the United States and survive, in Brazil they might not get that simple intervention and die. So that is not too surprising that the rate is higher in Brazil, the death rate, than in the United States, even though the overall cases probably aren't too different per capita. But South Africa, we see the death rate is dramatically lower. And as we'll see, there are significant health challenges in South Africa. So to be quite blunt, I don't accept this South African death figure as being lower than the United States. I suspect that is not an accurate report, and hopefully future data will clarify that. So moving on to South Africa now for more detail, and there's no two ways around it. This is distressing. I'm going to go through it as objectively as I can, and but it is it's difficult. It was difficult to prepare. Port Elizabeth, Eastern Cape. Various staff have been on strike at various times, and a lot of staff are off sick because they've caught the virus, so that's not good. Different groups of staff on strike or off sick at various times. And the thing that really is distressing about South Africa is the perinatal deaths. Now, of course, all the time we've talked about what we might call the collateral damage of this pandemic. People that are dying because healthcare facilities are not available. And that seems to be the case in South Africa, and it is distressing, as we'll see. So there's been a lot of perinatal deaths. Now, now this report is largely from the BBC, who've done a comprehensive survey there, done for quite a few hospitals. So do click on that, read this for yourself. Direct quotes from senior doctors. An epic failure of a deeply corrupt system. Epic failure, deeply corrupt system. So there is endemic corruption in South Africa. That is expressed especially in the Eastern Cape in the healthcare sector. This is a doctor who works there all the time. Institutional burnout, a sense of chronic exploitation. I think that was actually the same senior doctor that said both of those. The Department of Health essentially bankrupt, and a system on its knees with no strategic management. So corruption, disorganisation. There's a huge amount of fear and mental and emotional fatigue in the staff. We were working with the skeleton staff before COVID-19, and now we're down another 30%. Services are starting to crumble under the strain. This is all from senior doctors in South Africa, in this Port Elizabeth area. COVID has opened up the chronic cracks in the system. It's a chronically corrupt system. The reports that patients have been fighting for oxygen was confirmed.